Good morning. Can I set my category here real quick? Oops. Good. Where's the category button? I never do this because I always restream, but I want to make sure that this one gets plenty of attention. This is the stream, folks. This is the stream. And I add, where's the categories? Nope. Tags, there it is. What's the category that people use for this? Hey folks, yep. I'm just getting the stream set up. I will go over the basics in just a moment of what we're doing today. This is the stream everybody's been asking me for, though. Hang on. We'll talk about bias and all that stuff in a second. Let me at least get this thing set up. What's the category called again for programming? Software and game development. There it is. Okay, good. I just wanted to add that today. I wanted to add that today so that we would be extra sure that people see it. Okay. That will be an act of confirmation by. Okay, so here, let me address all this stuff, right? I'm going to post that we're live on Twitter. I'm going to go over the ground rules for this. This will be a full day stream, unless things are very clear one way or the other quite quickly. Okay, cool. So we got some people now. Let me lay some ground rules for this, okay? And let me give a little bit of context. Literally since GPT 3.5 came out, I have been dealing with people telling me that these models write really good code and you shouldn't be writing all your code by hand and you should be using these models, and if you're not using these models then you must just be a bad programmer. I've like the number of things I've heard has been ridiculous, and this has gone back to 3.5. Now the thing is, back then the people saying this were just objectively all terrible programmers who had no idea what they were doing anyways. And like some of the better known people were researchers who were good scientists, but who were just terrible programmers, right? So nobody really took that seriously. But recently, as the models have gotten better, we started to sort of collect more people who are better known. And in particular, we got that tweet from Carpath lately saying that actually these models are very good and I feel very far behind. I have no idea what he's on about. We've gotten some stuff from George Hotz that's a little bit more moderate, believe it or not. But it's not like universal or anything. There's still a bunch of very good programmers online that are basically saying the same exact thing that I have. But since we actually are starting to get some people that have a lot of reach and that have a very good reputation for their work, I wanted to see what this was all about and give it a very fair test. So despite the fact that you've seen me saying publicly that I expect this to fail terribly, I'm actually setting it up the opposite, right? I'm a scientist. I'm trained as a scientist. I'm not going to set up my experiment to get the result that I want. No, I'm actually going to do the opposite. in order to counteract that bias. So here's the deal. We're building an environment today, okay? An environment is a standalone single file application, right? They're like, let me show you. For the newcomers around here, this is the main project I developed. This is Puffer AI. This is the highest performance reinforcement learning project out there. We're training at millions of steps per second, targeting 10 million in the next release, all open source. Start the project to help the puffer. It's free. Here's some of our environments, right? They range from everything like very simple games to substantially more complicated stuff. This is like an excavation simulation. We've got Go in here. We've got drones. We've got this autonomous driving sim. We actually have a new version of this in collab with NYU. We've got a lot of stuff. These are all open source. We use these to power all of our research, okay? And the way that these are developed should be ideal for language models because I make all of these very simple. Most of these environments are developed in a single file. They have no dependencies other than Raylib for rendering, which is one of the most popular projects out there. There's tons of good documentation. Like the models already should know everything about the API of that library from scratch without me even having to tell it anything. You do not really have to hook into Puffer at all. Like it's just a spec that you name this function this, and it takes these args. Like it's a very, very loose API essentially. It's a convention more than anything. It's very, very easy to match. And I have tons of examples for this, okay? And the code is very concise. Like even this is probably my most complex environment. This is a full MMO. This thing has an exchange, it has leveling, it has items, it has weapons. This thing's like 2,000-3,000 lines of code. Okay, so these are very compact and they're very fast. So this should be an ideal test, is writing a new environment. Now, I'm not going to give it something like Breakout, right? Because like obviously there are so many copies of Breakout out there that the code is just there. And heck, I even have my own code reference for this. So if I give it a similar arcade game to this, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you can get something pretty quick out of this. Sure, but that's not super, super useful on its own, right? What we're going to aim for is a medium complexity environment today. Something like maybe this or this. Something that is maybe 1,000 lines of code-ish, all right? That is going to be the target. And I will discuss the task. Let me just address a couple other things before I describe the actual task we're going to implement. Hype, I've gone through this extensively on X. Plenty of people said Opus is fine. Carpathy and George Haas were both on this one. Like, if you're going to get to the point where we're splitting hairs over is it Opus versus the other latest model, and like actually if you're not using my favorite model from the last couple months, like I'm not taking that seriously. All right? Like I will take seriously a lot of feedback today, and actually the goal of streaming this and announcing this is I want to make sure that if I'm using the model wrong or doing something weird, I want everybody to be giving me feedback, and I will take most of that feedback seriously. Unless people do stuff that like I obviously can't even test, or like, oh, you need to go spend 6 months studying prompting or some like utterly ridiculous stuff, right? For the most part, this is going to actually be a best effort to make the model work. Okay, so the actual environment that we're implementing. Do we have any RuneScape fans on here? This is the environment that I'm implementing today. So this is the final boss of the first raid released in old school RuneScape. This game inspired my PhD. It inspired a lot of my research. It's a really, really well-designed game for use with AI. And we're not going to go try to implement an entire MMO today. That would be ridiculous. But what I was going to do is I was going to see, can we come up with like a simplified, as close as possible, standalone simulator for this one fight. And it's kind of cool because there are some strategies that you can use in this fight that let you take no damage. It's very well understood. I personally know exactly how it works as well. And it's like not nothing. Like, look, this is the stuff that can happen in it, but it's not a huge amount. I think we can do something like this, pretty similar in maybe 1,000-ish lines of code. This is what the fight looks like. This sound like a cool environment? I think this sounds like a cool environment. Now, the thing is, I don't actually expect that we're going to have a cool environment by the end of today, because I don't think it's going to work. But, like, since people are saying, oh, you know, this confirmation bias, you don't want it to work, I decided to pick a really cool problem that I would be very excited if we got something to work by the end of today to balance it out. Okay? And yes, Ben, there will be a blog post unless the results are just, like, entirely unexciting or whatever, or middling or whatever. There will be something. Cool? Okay, cool. Add ray tracing. We're not doing ray tracing, man. We're not gonna like say, oh, it can't implement ray tracing, so it's bad. Heck, we're not even gonna try to do the full render for this. Like, the main thing is I want something that looks recognizable to this byte, where there's like this cycle mechanic where if you hit it at a specific time and then move and then hit it, like, there's this cycle mechanic where you can take no damage. If we're able to actually get it so that you can have that be the case, that would be pretty cool. And, you know, we can get an agent to learn it. So this will be implemented as a single file in pufferlib. You know, we should be able to train agents. I actually expect this to be a very easy task. Like, any one fight out of an MMO is very, very easy to learn. You know, it's the bigger exploration of an MMO that is hard. We're not going to do like equipment simulator or anything. So I think we can do this in about 1,000 lines. How to reduce this rate into an MVP? No, that is not, and that's not how RL works either. Is the code from this fight out in the open? No, this will be from scratch. But again, like, this should only be about 1,000 lines of code. I can ignore all these mechanics to start with and just do the basic attacks and then do these later. Frankly, I'll be surprised if we even get something decent with basic attacks in out of a language model. So now here's the thing. We've now got almost 40 people watching already. So I want to allow the viewers to decide a few things. Microphone audio is a bit scuffed, really. Shouldn't be. This is not my $800 mic. This is my $200 mic. You can let me know if this is better. I might be just clipping it as well. Let me turn it down a little bit. All right, you can let me know on that. So, since we have a bunch of people watching, the first thing I want to let you guys decide is, for the first chunk of this, should I edit code manually? Would you rather that I spend the first bit of time trying to get this thing to write all the code with a precise spec? Or should I, from the start, also be editing the code manually? And I will write a very precise spec. Keep in mind, I write specs for RL environments professionally because I then implement those environments, right? This is how we do our contract work. Love your thought on the right amount to use these models. I suspect it may be close to 0. That is my current is very close to 0, Callum. Vibe it, only prompting. Try without first, precise spec first. Okay, so, okay, we will do a precise spec, and if that doesn't work, we will go in to try to do it manually. So I'm not going to say that it has to do everything or it's worthless. I think that we will also be very disciplined about the code quality, because if I have to edit it later, it has to produce something that I can actually edit that is good, right? So I wish I could show you guys one of the specs that I've written. I can't because they're for clients, but the way that we do our work with Puffer professionally, I build high-performance RL sims for companies, and part of that is a formal scoping process in which we write a precise spec of everything that needs to be delivered. And, you know, if I'm imprecise in my spec, I get hurt down the line because then I end up having to do more work. So I don't like, it's not like I know I've been prompting LLMs a bunch, but I know how to write a precise spec for this exact type of problem. So I think that's what we're going to start with. Apparently the coolest programming language for these Vibe people is English. So we'll do that. And I think that at the very least, we will produce something that is more precise and better than any of these people using the models would do in this case. So I have the advantage here in that because I have the domain familiarity, I don't think anybody will be able to write a better spec for this than I can. What is the plan for this stream? We're implementing this fight with Opus. That is the plan. And we're basically evaluating whether this model is any good, and whether all of this, like basically all the heavy LLM workflows are any good, or if these people are nuts. I wouldn't be too up on it, Anish. I do not expect this to work. I hope it works, but I don't expect it will work. There'll be a fun article out of it either way. I will give it the, let's see, actually, we will allow everybody to get context. So I just got this thing set up. You can see this is my local machine. All right, we've got a GPU on it. I have the ability to render whatever environment I want from Puffer. So this now has access to context from this entire repo, right? So I don't have to paste in text. I can just direct it to files, right? The first thing I'm going to do, I'm not going to manually write code, but I am going to give it a leg up. Okay, so here, this is the target environment, which is a simple multi-agent environment that has a commented template. All right, and this is going to use this. It's best editor. I do not, no. You can't be saying that I have to use VS Code for this. The model operates the exact same way from, it can read my files either way, right? There's like no difference between if I'm editing in VS Code or if I'm editing in my command line in Vim and stuff, right? There's no difference from the perspective of the model. Have you written any skills? No. And from what I saw, these are just prompts anyways. I will take feedback from everybody here, okay? There will be feedback available, like I will be taking feedback from everybody on this. You have to let me get started a little bit though. Activate thinking. Is there a separate thinking mode that you have to activate for Opus? I set it to Opus here. Is there a thinking mode I have to activate? Linter? I don't even use the linter normally, dude. Linter MCP. And how he's doing it wrong. Well, this is the point, Benjamin. This is why I'm streaming it and why I advertised it and why I'm going to be taking feedback. Most of the hype is literally Claude Code. Okay, that's what I expected. If there's a thinking mode I need to activate or some other setting, let me know. But we're going to start with spec text. Okay, so does this thing have web built in, or do I need to copy paste the text of the wiki article? You have to add ultrathink to your prompt. Is that actually a thing? Can anybody confirm that? What's this? Is this a global prompt major? Yeah, okay, so this is like compressed docs. Actually, again, when I said I would give this the best possible case, I think ours is even easier. Okay, ours should be even easier for Claude because we don't have all this stuff. It's literally a standalone file. Well, look, this is not done. This is one line. We have to write a full doc. What auto suggest do I use? I just use Super Maven, which is a really dumb fast model. That's all I use. Ultrathink is a valid suggestion. You can set it globally. Cool. So init to gen, then change it. Do slash init for something like this. So just like, all right, what does this thing think it's doing? Oh, it thinks that it's making its own docs. Chrome Dev Tools. Sites. Ignore most tips. It has tools. Well, I will make sure I don't screw it over by like limiting it in some way. Yes, you can cat a file. Fine. Let's start on the spec in the meantime, so we can see what I'm going to do here. Claude Code best practices. Anthropics. They mention how thinking works. They're cool. Let me get the spec started first, because otherwise we're gonna take forever. And we need to write a spec for this either way. Yes. This is Super Maven just like auto completing silly stuff. By the way, um, I'm not going to be using this for the spec. I'm just going to type. Claude MD. Okay, what did this thing make? Whoops. I forgot this is not a command line. Someone is cutting you off in conversation. And for non-code. Yeah. Where is it? Super Maven. There, we'll do that. Okay. Let's get in context and try to summarize. Read a tweet yesterday, they nerfed Opus. If people confirm that, I will use something else. But I swear, if like it's just some dumb rumor and then people are like, oh yeah, they nerfed it, it's not good anymore, bro, I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay. So this is just some basics. Let us give it. We should give it, let's just give it the text of the wiki article. Does it have some built-in web search or not at all, guys? Actually, why don't we just ignore the stats except for... We will just ignore the stats except for hit points, and we'll just give it like fixed damage values so that it doesn't have to like go find damage formulas, okay? We're gonna make this really, really easy. Oh, it'll scrape it? We try to one-shot it. I'm obviously gonna guide it. I'm not gonna go like, oh, it can't implement this in one prompt, it's dumb. Like again, this is not, I'm not setting it up to fail. I'm setting it up to succeed as best as I possibly can, right? Give it a link to the wiki, better? Yep, there's it is. There's your link. Exact head turning behavior. Player home and player cycles. Make sure you run plan mode and tell it to ask you questions. If others will confirm that, I will. Adding constraints so it doesn't go nuts. Yeah, I'm gonna add constraints. You paste this back and make into chat. You make into chat, and then we can try alongside you. Sure. First to plan using plan mode before asking it to write code. Okay. We will do that. You all can guide me through that. With shift tab twice. Okay, cool. LT to toggle thinking. Interesting. Okay, there. Equipment. What class will the player be? There are no classes in RuneScape, my dude. That's not how the game works. I picked this task specifically because I figured that this is one where, like, obviously I want this environment because it's awesome. I have probably more experience than anybody else on speccing out and writing RL environments and, like, game RL environments, especially like this. And I've also done this fight like 700 times before I stopped playing. So I figured that, like, this would be overall the best possible thing to pick. Range melee? You need both for this fight, dude. Alright, let's get dynamics. Where's the turning mechanic? I need to know the exact ticks. Am I late to the part? What's the consensus? We just started, man. You're not late. We're just starting. Live for 30 minutes. We got some stuff set up, and we're starting to write a spec for this. Hey, Jess. Actually, I'll do head turning last, because this is the only complicated mechanic. Do we know the, what's the probability that it switches? Oh, it's 1/5, there it is. What have you missed? Not much. We're starting to write a spec for this. I've announced the task that we're working on. It is this ridiculous fight. It's the tick cycle, 4 ticks. So it's, what is this? Left claw. This is the right one is mage, right? It's left on the screen, yeah. Yeah, actually, I already had that in the damage values. It's fine. Neural MMO is something. Yeah. So, Beeplop, my PhD is on like the use of MMOs and what we can learn from them for RL, and a lot of the infrastructure that I've built kind of leverages techniques from game development for large scale games in the 90s in order to write really fast environments. What is it? You use a trident on long range, right? Is it on long? No, it's not on long range, right? Come on, there are enough people watching. We've got to have one player. What's the attack range from which like you're supposed to hit this? Is it 8 tiles or 10 tiles? Whatever. We'll get the details as we go. I have not done this fight in a few years, but I have done this fight a lot. I'm trying to remember what is the takes a particularly heavy hit. We'll ignore this clench thing. Does it say how long you have? I forget how many ticks it is that you have to kill the hands next to each other. And actually, we'll put the HP values in as well. There's 600, 600. It's like 30-ish ticks. Doesn't creating M's manually seem like a dead end, which hits the scaling wall? Hundreds of thousands of tasks. This is a completely different case, my dude. We train models that are like, I train models that are between 100,000 and a few million parameters, and I train them like sometimes 100,000 times real time on a single GPU. The LLM bros are like training these massive models on essentially no data. The tasks that you would apply these two things are completely different as well. Like, you will never solve these tasks with a language model, like the ones that we do, and you will never solve the types of text tasks with the stuff that we do, right? Where's that annotation with, there should be a picture of this thing. So the important thing about this fight that I thought would be really cool to model is the head turns towards you, and there's like a pattern on the floor where if you're standing on specific tiles, you can turn the head and then not get hit. It's very cool. You're still using TD learning. We're using a variant of PPO that has a bootstrap that's kind of based on TD, but just saying, oh, you're using TD learning is not really right at all. Yeah, for reference, since we have a lot of people here, look, the stuff that I do, it's on Puffer AI. We have all these M's. They all run in your browser. The agents are actually running in your browser too because they're tiny. Like, good luck scoring a single point on this dude. They're pretty good. And oh yeah, if you want to help me for free, just star the repo. Like, feed the Puffer a star. It helps me a lot. This is kind of a one-off special stream, but I stream all of my development on this project. We're currently doing CUDA kernel optimizations for the new release. We're at 7 million steps per second. We're doing a new architecture dev that's more parallel. We've got a whole bunch of fancy things coming out in this next release. Okay, back to this though. Where's the picture? Yeah, there it is. This one. Oops, let's not get those ads. Okay. Five tiles, 4 tiles. I'm gonna guess and we'll fix it if it's wrong. Why don't you have an ad blocker on? I don't know, dude. This is I just got this new desktop. I have a bunch of machines. I haven't bothered setting stuff up. Even in the correct category. This time we are. One cannot see a player. Attacking. How many tiles is the map here? The old map? It's 5 on each side, right? And then like 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9. I can't tell how many it is actually. I don't know, at least one of the people here has got to be. With my audience, we've at least got to have one of the people here is like logged in on this and just like we'll check it or something. Do you wish you had current models when you're doing my PhD? No, that's the thing, right? Like, I have not found them useful, which is why we're doing this stream. Because everybody keeps telling me that these models are so great, and we're gonna find out. Why don't you ask it to write the spec? That would be very ambitious. Because if I ask it to write the spec, then there's no way in hell it's going to work. I'm at least trying to make it work, man. I mean, I literally write specs for RL environments professionally, and then I implement them myself by hand. 5 by 5? Wait, 5 by 5 what? What are we doing? This is the Opus stream that everybody's asked for. So we are implementing this fight with Opus. We're starting by implementing a good spec for this. We're going to ignore the specials to start with and just try to get this head turning behavior, which is the main key of the fight. And we're going to see if Opus can just generate all the code with me telling it to fix things. If that doesn't work, then we'll go to me also being allowed to manually edit and fix things. And we're going to be taking feedback from chat the whole time so that nobody can possibly say I'm doing it wrong. What's your guess on spending for this? I have no idea. If it costs a few $100 for the stream, I don't really care. This is only 1,000 lines of code. Like, I can do this thing in 1,000 lines of code if I were doing it. Eight. I think that this is like 23. Can't you get Anthropic API token? I just like set up with API. I don't, like, it doesn't matter to me to like go, that doesn't matter, dude. Do you have specs for previous M's? So I do, Igor, but the thing is that the specs that I write, so I write those professionally. Those are for clients. So I can't like use one of those on the stream for this, right? Have you made any rubrics to assess and evaluate? Well, does it get us an environment, man? Like, can we play it? Can I train on it? Is the code like usable, right? It's not that complicated. It's going to be a single file environment. You know, I figured that this would be a good environment because like it's fairly complicated, but it's one that I know a lot about, and it's like relatively easy to see if it's working correctly or not. Even if you have not played this thing. And it's like very self-contained, single environment, right? Things like that. Let me see what else we want to add to this spec, okay? So let me think what environments I want to give it as an example. Which ones am I particularly proud of the code quality on? This one is too complicated. But I want to give it something that's tile-based. No, maybe I will just give it neural MMO3. It's basically the same system. Give it docs website. I'm giving it the template end for sure. Start implementing after written. You're going to refine loop and plan. I'm going to listen to the chat and do whatever you all want me to do for that. So probably, since multiple people have asked it, we're probably going to do planning. Puffer was probably in the training data. Exactly. So like, this is literally the easiest possible thing I could give it for a non-trivial task, right? Like, it would be way harder for me to get anything out of this if I were doing core development, all right? Core development on Puffer is really hard. Step by step. I am going to. I am going to. I'm not going to just say make the env, right? Like, I mean, if you guys think I can say make the env, I can try. It's a joke. But I want to actually give this a chance to work. So my goal here is to like take the advice of the people who are like say, oh yeah, no, I was a good programmer before, right? I'm actually using this stuff seriously. This is how I use the tools. Not just like the people who couldn't program before and now are saying, yeah, I can just make whatever I want. I just tell it to implement the code and it works, right? Oh yeah, totally, Ben. But the thing is, we don't have to care about those people because those people are obviously worthless, right? I'm gonna say Neural MMO in 3 and Snake because they're both tile based. It's pretty bad, but I also know nothing about RL. Yeah, so this is, Robin, this is one of the things that drives me nuts. Instead of asking the LLM questions about Puffer, like, read the docs and go through our tutorials, like, I spent time making good resources so you can learn it, right? Don't ask the dumb LLM. Ask the code to explore code base before you begin and to summarize it. I think it did that. We're gonna check what it output. Okay, references. I'm trying to think how we do this. Checkpoints for the agent to update. What? Ask questions on Discord. I like to test LMs and how useful they are. Not a lot. Yeah. I mean, the best thing you can do is just do some projects with Puffer. It's all open source. We try to make it easier each update. I wish I could be a lot more active in the Discord answering questions all the time, Robin. But like, frankly, the latest dev on 4.0 is just really hard. And I'm also balancing it with client work. So like most of the time you see me just like do a long stream on 4.0 and then crash. How is Opus different from Claude Code? It is the best model available in Claude Code. And let's see how, I want to make sure we do something to get reasonable code quality out of it. LLM, what's this? Go to Tim. Best way to ask it to run a linter if it needs a verification step. We will get to that for sure. I will give it the command to build the environment so it can test. What's Sonnet 1M? Why would I need 1 mil? This is gonna be like 1,000-line environment just tops, and it doesn't have any depths. Produce an incremental plan. What we're gonna do. Here's the idea, guys. I'm gonna write this for however long it takes us to finish this. We have a decent start on this. Then we're all going to I will like open this up and say, hey guys, do you think this is a good initial spec? And anything that you think, oh, we should add this, we should do this, whatever we can do. We'll go through this process of having it plan and do whatever the way that you guys say. So I'm basically going to leave a lot of it up to you guys so that nobody is possibly going to say, oh, you did it wrong, right? I actually think this will work one shot. Send it. My dude, there is no way in hell. I will be shocked if we have anything that is remotely usable by the end of a full day of doing this. Test what you expect. I will allow it to do stuff, yes. I'm gonna give this like full ability, like we will do this as correctly as possible, and that's still gonna fail, man. There's no way. How long would it take you to do this yourself? If I'm well rested, I think I could get a cool prototype of this in a weekend. Trust me. Well, I mean, we'll see, right? If once I have the full spec, if it just one-shots it, I will be shocked beyond belief. But, like, that's basically impossible, dude, because if the models were that good, the world would not look like, it wouldn't look like what it looks like today. Like, if this were to work one shot, I would be able to just, like, get myself a couple pots of coffee and rewrite most of modern software that I depend on for AI in about a week. There's just no way in hell. Like if I wanted a I would basically be able to just say, okay, like go port me tinygrad from Python to C, and that would just work, right? Because that's super testable. Every bit of that is testable. And then I'd have a C framework, and then I'd say, okay, remove this, this, and that, and like I would no longer depend on PyTorch. We'd have 30 million step per second RL within a few days. I like there's so much stuff that would just be like completely different. I just do not believe it is possible for stuff to be that good. I've done with my physics engine moving into CUDA. Have you seen some of the shit I've had to do for 4.0 though, man? Have you seen some of it? PyTorch is harder, it's out of distribution. How the heck could it possibly be out of distribution? There's more AI on the internet than anything else. There's so much PyTorch example code. Why are my long comments skipped? Because I'm using Restream, and if you type too much stuff, sometimes it skips stuff. Basically something a junior engineer that is diligent could do is somewhat, it can do it. Nah, there's no way. I hope you're wrong and the answer is that no one has the Q. Look, dude, if that's the case, yay, lucky me. I get to go. I could, if that were the case, I could literally do 2 hours of work per day and just go do whatever the hell else and stuff would just work. But I don't think that's the case. I honestly think that this is just people wanting stuff to be easy and it's not. Stuff is hard. Models can do what they can't. All right. All right. What do we have in the spec versus what are we missing? Oh, but you didn't do it right. So this is why I'm streaming it, SRZ. So I don't know how many people we have watching on X because there is not an indicator. But on YouTube and Twitch right now, we have almost 80 people watching. So if I'm doing it wrong, that's on you guys, not me. Because all of you can tell me what I'm doing wrong. I don't give a shit who I'm smarter than, man. I get stuff done that works. Like, I built Pufferlip. And I continue to build Pufferlip. Either one of them. See, I think what's happening there, though, man, is like you're doing work in an area that you don't have deep familiarity with, so it feels like magic. But it's because you don't have deep familiarity in those areas. All right. Fixing the flow? Yeah, okay. We have everybody fixing stuff. Wouldn't exist not for buffer. Hey, and you let me know when you want to chat about stuff, man, as well. Um, okay. Well, guys, you're saying let it rip. This is not a full spec, is it? I mean, if you guys think this is a full spec, we can send this. But I don't think there's like not enough information here for me to implement the environment, right? Like the only reason I could implement the environment from this is because I've played the fight 700 times. I mean, I have given it the wiki page. Let's go through this. What are the two obvious mistakes a junior can make? Those ones I can check pretty easily. The ones that are unrecoverable are just making a mess of the code. It's a full spec, let it rip. It will Google search and get... If you gave me... I could do it. Just say... Okay, fine. Fine. I will give people... Let it rip, it will take time. Fine. Okay, fine. We will. Is there anything that I need to add that's like obvious? Because I think this is like a half of a spec. But if you guys think that this is reasonable, then sure. If you gave this to me, I could do... Okay, fine. 20% more detail than plan mode. Well, I mean, you guys are like... We didn't even tell it where... There, let me at least add that. give it a link to the docs. I did. There's docs, there's wiki page. So plan mode is on what? Should I just tell this, like, go read spec.txt and start implementing the project described there? Turn this off. Okay. And turn on thinking mode. Thinking mode is true. This is it. And then I just put this. Yeah, okay, Anthropic. Is this it? Shift tab and ask it to plan. This is. Plan mode is on. So instead of begin implementing, it's begin planning. Is this what we want? Is this what you guys think is the correct usage of these models? Go. Tell it to make a plan to review and ask questions. Right. And to text. Edit. View and edit. This, something like this, no questions, just send it. / clear reset context. There shouldn't really be anything in the context. I haven't done anything with the context yet. You're way overthinking it. Reset just okay. Wow. I think that this is nuts that everybody here is like telling me that this is going to work. Yeah, we did a init. There's no, like, I will be shocked if this gives me, like, anything remotely close to working at all. See you in 20 minutes. It already did an init. Can't and won't play these M's. But is this true? Playing Pokemon? So Stalker. So how much money they spent on Pokemon? Yeah, that one's really funny. I hope they're happy with second place. Project powered by Pufferlib. Full game done with a 10 million parameter policy. And this is also like the worst possible case for us because Pokemon Red is about 1,000 times slower than the environments that we built. So it's like very heavily data constrained. I'm honestly shocked that we did so well and they did so poorly on this one. Like, but there you go. No bugs, please. It will be set up, but have some sort of bugs that make it non-functional. I don't think it'll even get that, man. I don't think it'll be remotely close. It isn't to train 1000x 10 mil. Well, but the thing is, you assume that you need bigger models to solve hard problems, and you don't. You have in your head the size of models for language, but like you can absolutely train models with less than 10 million parameters to do useful tasks. The thing is, we scale way more data. How many players? We'll do configurable, movement, attack, and prayer. Attack style prayer toggle. That seems good. Do I want? I can't do 4 directional movement. So it's gonna have to be. Movement is what? It's 8, 9. So it's 5 by 5. Five. Eight. Okay. Player death only. Home death or player death. This is fine. What reward structure? Well, you can't obviously reward for kill. It'll have to be. Do this for now. How's that 25 directional? It's a 5 by 5, right? Or am I stupid? No, I'm not stupid, right? 2 on each side is a 5 by 5 grid, right? Yeah. It cannot interface with the end if it has a renderable interface. Yeah, it'll be able, but the thing is with this, we can have it just implement a super simple grid renderer as well as some tests, man. Plus, it can also ask me to test it. Is this your first time? Yes. The only reason I'm doing this is because people would not stop bothering me to do it. And as you see, lo and behold, we now have like 80 people watching this, plus however many are on X. Um, I think this is a mix of people who are expecting this to fail and be very funny, and and people who think that this is really going to actually work. 5 times 5 with you in the center of the grid. Yeah, that's how it works, right? Because you can sprint. So you can move 2 tiles in any direction or 1 tile, or you cannot move. And I even have it installed on my phone right now, where I'd show you. Wouldn't be particularly surprised by either outcome. I will be shocked if this works. Like I said, like, this is a fairly short project. But it's not trivial, right? Like, this is not something I could go implement in 2 hours. Like, the thing is, most of the things that I could do start to finish in 2 hours are, by definition, like, there's not that much, like, there's really not that much that the models can help me with, because, like, most of the tasks that I do are not things that I just start and finish in 2 hours, right? Like, most of my work is on the core of Puffer, and that's way harder, so I had to at least give it a medium complexity environment. YouTube vid on the fight? Yeah, I gotcha. Let me go get, hang on, I've got a tab that doesn't have, that has, no ads. If I looked, I'd probably have streamed that fight. I used to stream old school a little bit. I'm trying to think if anybody just has gameplay that's not a guide. Let me find it, hang on. Yeah, these are all like super stylized. And they show everything, but they're like, nobody just has the gameplay. That's all I know. Oh, here, I found somebody just soloing it with no commentary. Oops. Hang on, I'll bring this over in 1 second, guys. Well, is Claude Code is still going? No, wait. Okay. Do you want to create plan.txt? Yes. If it works. If it even remotely impresses you. Good luck with that, man. If it gets 85%, I will be shocked. I don't even think it's going to do 15, man. State of the world, make a different way to play it, functional tests. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. Yeah, so this is the fight. So this is the thing. This is why I think it's so cool of a fight. Because you see how this person is not getting hit. This is a perfect cycle in which if you move exactly in this way, the head doesn't see you when you're over here, and then it goes to turn to you, but you're already moving. So it's like really cool because it's this simple fight that can be complete chaos, but if you actually know what you're doing, you can do it completely perfectly, and you get this really cool looking cycle. And I think it would be really awesome to see if RL agents discover this, provided the sim supports it. And if we make the sim playable, I know how to do this, so I can actually test it. This is probably the single piece of content in all of gaming that I've spent the most time on. I really love the design of this, and like the old school MMO raiding type thing. There's just so much interesting stuff in there, both from the perspective of like game design, but also of test beds for AI. And like a lot of the mechanics and things from this directly inspired work throughout my PhD. In multiplayer, what happens when a single player dies? Episode continues, player respawns. So yeah, we do player respawns. Players have an attack tick cooldown. 4 tick is, yes, you have a 4 tick cooldown. Everything is 4 tick weapon, that's fine. Okay. There's tick this is not tick manipulation. Yes, you can edit the plan.txt. Yeah, we're good, man. Something I learned about RL are all RL papers are complete and total bullshit. Yep. Group of things they done really is because just one band-aid they added. Yeah, most of the papers are like that. Not all of them. There are a few good papers, but very few, man. Yeah, I'm gonna let it just edit plan.txt whenever it wants because it's its own internal doc. Yeah, so what this person is doing here is actually much more complicated. That is a method that reduces the number of hits you take. You can see the pathing is quite complex. There are a few other things going on there as well. It doesn't even need to get that level of sophistication for me to be happy. If we can get something that remotely looks like the fight and that supports that kind of initial loop, I will be happy. I just doubt that it happens. Okay, let's see. Files to modify. Okay, it's allowed to do this, fine. Yes, and if I say auto accept edits, it's only going to be able to edit these files, right? Actually, I will defer to you guys. Do you manually approve each thing here, or do you auto accept? Manual always? Auto accept everything. Manual. I will give it the ability to run the code. It's better if I do it manually, right? You're saying like it's so good that it'll work even if we do auto. Right? No auto accept. Just, okay, fine. If it doesn't work, we'll go back and do it again. Clear the Why would I clear the context, dude? It should be super short context. What, are you just trying to save token charges? So yeah, that's the fight. You can see here as well, watch this. So he kills that hand. Come on. And now he's going to hit the melee hand immediately. Because you have to defeat the hands at the... What is he doing? What? Did they change the fight? You have to defeat the hands at the same time or it resets. Huh? They might have changed the fight. You have... Something's weird with that. Usually, when I remember, you'd have to defeat both of them at the same time, or they would reset. I think it's going to do well on this. So this is why I picked it, man. This should be the best possible case, and there's no way. There is no way. As for good papers, yeah, PPO has stood the test of time. Mostly, it's like there are some norm things that you need to do, but like that has stood the test of time. The Dota paper is amazing. Like that's probably been the paper I got the most stuff from. That team was amazingly talented as well. There's some stuff from Go Explore that I plan on using relatively soon. What other papers are there? Sample Factory, actually, I don't like everything that they did, but they got a lot of pretty solid infrastructure in there. Does CleanRL have a paper? I don't know if they actually have a paper. CleanRL is, of course, awesome. OpenAI papers on RL. Well, not all of them. Not all of them. Can you explain what this game is about? So this is RuneScape. It is one of the biggest MMOs. Obviously, I'm not trying to implement the whole thing. I'm just trying to implement this one fight that is on the screen. And not even the full thing, like not even the gear switching, like not even a full simulator of it, right? But if I can just get this basic cycle that he's doing here, like this mechanic of move and hit like this, if I can get this behavior, I'd be very happy already. Elo when I run a tournament is not scaling with training over time. Wait. Elo when I run tournament is not scaling. What's that mean? Target 3D or 2D? The dynamics are the same either way. The rendering can be whatever we want. It did figure out that it had to add this. That's pretty nice. See, it is able to build the code. Look, Yassine, I gave it access. It can build the code right here. Neat could be Neat's a little sketchy. Like that's really small models, man. I don't know why it's building with no train. Okay, fine. Wait, let me build the Python bindings. So I mean, yeah, you can see that's the full thing is a lot more complex. Like if I were to implement the full fight, that would be quite a bit more. That would probably be a few thousand lines. Can it not find my CUDA? No, it's fine. The heck? Is it saying that it's not building? Oh, I see. Yeah, I had to set this thing up locally because I didn't want to have rendering bugs. like with remote rendering. Running a tournament across checkpoints to calculate real elo and then matching up against self-play elo. Do you have versus Stockfish? That should give you a really high confidence evaluation. Alright, so yeah, this is the whole fight that I've left up. I forgot that you can pretty much avoid... I don't know if it's every hit. Oh, it is every hit, isn't it? Yeah, so you literally don't even get hit on the last phase if you do it this way. Though sometimes these things can get in the way. But it's mechanically, it's a very interesting setup. And I think that RL would just crush this completely. And it would produce some really interesting learning curves and strategies. But I don't know. Several people seem to think that that you'll just be able to do this out of the box with Claude or pretty close. I will be shocked. Yeah, RL will crush this. It's actually, yeah, see, it's kind of funny to me because the thing I really like about MMOs, there are all these really difficult mechanical tasks that RL just crushes. And then there are a bunch of things that are really easy for us where RL is not going to work. And it's a very good problem to think about RL in. I'm shocked by RL and much more. So we have it up to 7 million steps per second training with a brand new architecture in Puffer 4. And we're going to get up to 10 million before release. So imagine that. Imagine sweeping at 10 million steps per second. That's going to happen. Okay, they can do this. 100K triangles, 16K worlds with 2 mil. On GPU, I'm trying to think if that's fast. Yeah, the rendering is probably a pain for that, right? Yeah, the rendering is a pain for that. Sim to real with no measurements that come outside of the body of the agent. Heh. Yeah, this stuff is gonna. There is so Yasin. There are actually a few core like real algorithmic improvements that RL still needs that are not bullshit and will not just be papers that don't work. I have those in the works. It's gonna just take some time. Okay, the Great Olm boss fight RL environment is now implemented and tested. So it thinks it has an environment. Let's see what. There's no way. Okay, 793 lines. It has something that actually builds. Hang on. So should I edit this manually? or should I tell it to make all edits? Anyways, well, I have no idea if this is remotely anything, right? Hey, Spencer. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a mess. It doesn't understand the frame rate thing. What? Wait, I'm trying to figure out what it thinks is happening. I'm wait, what is supposed to even be what? Like they're going up here, so where's the boss? What game is this? This is the test that we have for Opus. It's hang on. Wait. Where's it? There. Well, okay, whatever. It's this fight from RuneScape. QA with a spec. We wrote a spec for this, Elliot. Is that how it's supposed to look? I mean, I don't really care how it looks if it's actually like reasonably correct, but I don't think it is. I'm trying to figure out what it did. So this is right claw. So I'm supposed to just be able to ask it, right? Melee, players attack there. Yellow triangle is almost facing direction. Colored circles. Active prayers. Oh, okay, so the boss I don't think is drawn on screen. Here. I'm unsure of what I'm looking at, TBH. So am I. So am I impressed or what? Why are you guys asking me if I'm impressed when I have no idea whether this is remotely correct or usable yet? Poke around red puffer's nice. So yeah, the problem is it'll get a little faster with Puffer 4, but the problem with Pokemon is that that environment itself is the slow bit. This gets done with or without AI. Yeah, I mean, this is an environment. I was thinking of doing something like this manually at some point as well. And we'll see how the AI does. And this is Ray does this, so it's just a test script. Breakout plus Atari instead of Puffer Breakout. That actually is a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. Man, that code is pretty bad, LF swap. Yeah. I don't mind this as much because this is just the test script. But I bet you the core is as every bit as bad. Polymarket and cleats goes in. Yeah, we'll see. Why nested ifs? Yeah, I know. It's whatever. Hang on. This is actually one of the things I train new devs to not do. It actually, this condition is pretty much completely redundant as well. If it were to just put this above. Manage context. So just slash context. Whoops. There's still some context. There's still plenty of context. Okay, this is here's gonna be the question for folks, right? I gotta use the restroom real quick and grab myself a drink. But the question for folks next is, I can't exactly tell if whether this is working correctly or not because the rendering is too low fidelity. I also don't want to make it like try to do some super fancy rendering and screw up. So I'm thinking if we add just basic projectiles, like basic projectiles, so we can see when stuff is landing, and like basic hit splats. Then we'll be able to see whether this is even remotely close. The other thing we could do is start looking at the code manually and see if and try to understand what the hell it did. such that you could play it. Okay, I think that is the best idea. We'll try to get it to the rendering as good enough so that I can play it and then I can see if it feels good. Yeah? Give me like 1 minute, folks. Oh, and we have at least 100 people watching, not including Twitter right now. So, for everybody watching, if you'd like to support my work for absolutely free, please just start the repo. Like, I do all of my actual RL dev on the environments and on the new algorithms that we do and on hyperv kernels, like manually by hand. This is kind of a one-off thing. Just start the puffer. It helps a lot. It's all open source. I work on it more than full time. I'll be right back, and then we'll see if we can actually make this playable. Okay. Create AGI, no mistakes. Yeah. All right. So second thing here. Whoops. 1 moment, folks. This is so funny. I think I'm here with my family, and I think they like put the stream on downstairs or something because they heard me ranting and brought me tea. So yay! Thanks, Ma. Okay. Um. Yeah. So second thing here, we need this lerp. Um. basic projectile, basic attack animations, projectiles. There. What trait tea? Just like English breakfast tea. In a crash out, people say the reason why this fails is because you didn't compress context often enough. But we really should clear the context, just reference what we've built as a way to compress puffer lib type policies running on a microcontroller. We actually have, wait, Yassine, we literally have a library that does that for you, right? Like we have the C library. Plan mode, yes. Plan mode is on. Don't clear context, cool. Just hopped in what are updates. It made something runnable that I have no idea whether or not is correct, and that's what we're trying to figure out at the moment. I'm honestly most impressed by, I didn't even know that you could do this on a standard term. Clear context, focus, or trolling. Alright. Some would switch back into plan mode for every query. If I'm doing something wrong, let me know. That is the point. We have enough people watching that I want there to be like no possible, oh, you did it wrong. I hear you changing your mind. You don't hear any such thing yet. I don't know if any of this is remotely correct. Like, it makes sense that it's going to produce something that looks reasonable. Now, whether it is actually reasonable is yet to be determined. Feel like an exponential improvement over the last model you tried? I don't know until I actually go look at it's going to take a while into the day before I have any real assessment, right? For now, we're just seeing how far we can get building this. True bottleneck on software, which is how long it takes things to compile. Instantaneous, write some C. Or how long it takes to train a model. Instantaneous, try pufferlib. Model will ask you questions to clarify. So did it just take plan mode off, like automatically, and I should just do that again? Let's see. Plan mode wasn't, okay, so I'll put it back on then once, we'll do this one and then I'll put it back on the next thing. WSAD, let's see. Now it's looking at me. Okay. Do I not respawn? I don't see prayers overhead. And there are no hit splats. And the player's not... Wait, there are no projectiles from the player as well. Not doing any damage. Well, that does damage, apparently. Weird. Interesting. Move up. Okay, so I can't see my overheads, and I can't see the style I'm getting hit with. Visual testing is hard. You have to do it manually and inform it, which is not a good idea. This is exactly a good idea. This is exactly how you test like game environments. In fact, the whole point of using games as environments is that you can test them like this and you get very good feedback, right? Was it Shift Tab? Okay, there's plan mode. Well, we don't need this though. This is a very small change, I think. So this is just going to be fix projectile colors blue magic. Display. It will be easier if it can do the visual testing itself. Yeah, but how the hell is it supposed to do that? It's very, very difficult to develop a game without having visual feedback. Like, I could technically have it try to do an ASCII renderer or something, but like that's just gonna chew up a bunch of context, and it's like not gonna be the easiest thing for it to interpret. Hello, welcome. This is the stream. This is the stream that I promised where I'm trying Opus, and we're seeing if it's actually any good. Okay, so it had a couple of the colors swapped. That was confusing. And then it adds some rectangles. Cool. Screenshot images. I will do that next time then for the next thing we want to add. QE. Let's see. I can't pray. Is that, wait, are the keys not responsive? Is that what's going on? Oh, hang on. I think it did the key presses wrong. Wait, QER. Yeah. Let me see if it's the movement keys or not. It's like very awkward. It's the keys are not doing what I expect them to do. That looks slop. This is my expectation. Now, to be fair, this is supposed to be a lo-fi renderer. The question is whether it's correct or not. How do you run the environment on websites? Can't you make it do that instead? Yeah, I can. We'll be able to compile the exact same code for web. It's C. You compiled a WebAssembly. Okay, yeah, something is wrong with the, here. Should I do slash compact? Or right after this, I suppose. Yeah, after this. If you consider this done task, it's not remotely done, dude. I mean, this is a buggy mess. What? Okay. Weird. If it were able to interact with the env itself, it can't though, and that's fun. Like these, it can't, and that's the problem, right? Key mapping. Actions it should have been able to figure out though, because it could do that through tests. This one should be quite easy though. Okay, let's see this. We're gonna have to compact this now. Hopefully this is at least still runnable. Okay, these are actually responsive now. I mean, that's a very basic common bug, so that's fine. That's fixed enough. Web dev, you can give it playwright, MC, test the app. So it can interact with the browser. It's able to run the to build this and run it though. Like it can run tests on this. Okay, so let's see. What the heck is this? Okay. Weird. It's got the the prayer sim thing reasonable-ish. Okay, so it's actually like kind of there. First of all, I want to see what the hell the code looks like a little bit. I did estimate 1,000 lines, and it's just under 1,000 lines now. Um, okay, it did actually copy the struct format. Good. Uh, to be determined, Jess. The thing is, I don't want to say, oh yeah, this is super impressive, because the thing is, like, it's definitely always going to be superficially impressive, and the real test is going to be like when I have to go into like, can I actually finish this thing, or is it going to just be a complete and utter mess when you really start digging into it, right? How much faster did this do the work? Well, like, it's not done yet is the thing, right? Like, getting a basic thing for this would probably be a weekend project for me. It only saves work time, right? If when I actually go to make it properly work, if it doesn't take me longer to fix it than it would have taken me to just write the thing, right? Hey Luke, don't need like 5 hours to debug. It's not just debugging though. because it's like this is one part of it. There's also the whole RL side of it that I have to do. I will say that the one thing that seems to have gotten quite a bit better is this is a lot closer to how I would implement this than the previous models. But like, this is also again the best possible case because this has thousands and thousands of lines of my code for similar projects to this to refer to. Implementing it yourself is much more fun than fixing. Yeah, so that's the problem. If I end up having to spend 5 hours fixing horrible bugs versus 5 hours, like, actually working on a cool new project, one of those two things is going to burn me out way more and just suck a lot more than the other, right? Which is why I say it's like way too early to assess. Roughly implemented-ish how I'd expect. Okay. But I think it's not monitoring everything quite. Let's see, where's the grid? The thing now I guess I need to know the exact mechanics now so that I can figure out how to have this thing fully implemented correctly. Does it take 2 ticks? Now I'm forgetting a couple details with the fight. Like I'm forgetting when damage is calculated. I think damage is calculated when the projectile is fired. We need to get the full map. Has it done better than you expected? Looks like it's done more than 15%. It probably has. But the thing is, there are multiple ways to add up to 15%, right? So if it does 50% of the work, but then also introduces like 50% of the engineering time worth of bugs and things that I have to fix manually, right? So it's like, it's actually going to be tough to say until it gets a little farther. When it gets to the point that it's actually like playable and is roughly matching and I look at the code and it's reasonable, I'd be a lot more confident. But like, I want to see how that loop goes with it. Where's this thing? Okay, here we can see it. Can we count though? Oh yeah, this is a good image. I can count based on this, right? Ads, garbage ads. Open, where's the image? Open image in new tab. There. Okay. It is. Ask it lots of questions about the code. Yeah, I can definitely. I actually think that based on what I see, I can probably get it to refactor things cleanly. The question is just going to be if it falls apart as like it tries to get closer to the real thing. Yeah, Persino, this is again, this is the point of the stream is we're evaluating this. Evaluating, not evaluated. Right? Will be farmed for useful mechanics. Well, my guy, have you seen like where is it? Do I have the GitHub bio? Alright, there you go. There's the what? Yo, Google, where's my thesis? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's a 170-page thesis. Directly from, I took so many mechanics directly from the game, man. Other MMOs as well. Other games too, but like, you know. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. I think it's only really 19 tiles. It's actually, so it's 19 tiles across 3. Map 19 tiles across head turn zone 3 tiles side 5. Map is see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just make the map. You can make the map 10 deep. We'll start with this. Left 2 balls. Well, you don't necessarily need to read my whole thesis, man. My thesis defense is on YouTube, so if you want like a polished 1-hour piece of content, you can go start with that. And then there's a whole bunch of material on my latest work, which is far, far, far more stuff. We literally have Neural MMO on Puffer.ai. You can play it, and you can watch our agents play it. Yes, you can fetch this. Secret, this is the initial test, right? This is like the initial test. What's your time limit? Today. I'm spending today on this, and we'll see how it goes. What is it doing? Oh, okay, that's fine. Not afraid of rate limits. Let me go check. Let me go check. My account. Oops, just close that. Billing, where is it? So far, this has used $11. What is the task you're currently spending today on? So, Paul, the idea of this stream here is everybody's been bugging me, like, oh, the latest models are so good, the latest models are so good. So I said, fine, I'll do a stream. I'll come up with the task that I think is, like, best suited possibly for these language models and see if they remotely work. And this is at the moment, we're implementing the Great Ohm Fight from Old School RuneScape. We're not doing all the specials or anything yet, but we're trying to get, like, the basic fight implemented as a high-performance reinforcement learning sim. This is freaking expensive. No, it isn't. That's actually the one thing you won't hear me complain about. Because if this is, like, at all useful to me, my time is worth dramatically more than $11. So If it's useful is the keyword. Exactly. It has to actually be useful. I'd also like to say I don't think I've done a single thing that remotely resembles thinking today at all. So at the very least, for the people who say there's some skill to it or actually like, it's actually harder or this or that, that's just horseshit. So that chunk for sure is nuts. Big flex in this economy. What economy? The economy is totally fine. Who is claiming it's harder? I've seen literally like many people, including people at the big lab, say this. You need a bit of thinking on building the scaffold that the AI uses to work. Yeah, but that's like nothing compared to actually writing the code. Like the people who say programming was never the hard part obviously never did any real programming. Web devs. Well, okay, sure. Point stands. Models don't work, you're bad at system design. He was in here before, I don't know if he's still here. He said that this would one-shot the environment, by the way. So it definitely has not just done that. I don't do any low-level or performance-based programming. You're just doing logic the entire time. So frankly, the hardest part of programming for me is just like maintaining the level of energy and focus I need to be thinking about the whole thing and not making a mess the whole time when like you're thinking about a lot more things than you are thinking about when you're just calling some dumb high level API with no notion whatsoever of things taking time on the CPU. Right? Very highly skilled programmer, Carmack. That'll be Carmack. Okay, so what do we have here? The heck? We can put screenshots, right? Not really. I can describe it though. Into the spec sheet, this would be going better. Tariq, I was going to put more effort into the spec sheet, and the entire chat told me, no, this is good enough, start going. So, I'm not going to take that answer one bit. Is this prompting reading loop fun? No, it's not particularly fun, but it's also not hard in the least. Like this requires 0 brain cells. Drag in screenshots. All right, let me do that. The models are going to make us dumb. Exactly. This is like, I mean, there's really nothing going on here that resembles thinking. Yeah, it's Chebyshev. Is it 1, 2, 3? I think it's 5 tiles. Try that. Yeah, debugging code you haven't written is absolutely exhausting. Use Cloud Code his first time, learn foreign. Exactly. Using these tools with maintaining mental effort. Like, Luke, I honestly, there are chunks of things that if the models are actually good, like the other possibility, right, is let's say that I actually think that these models are good at some stuff. Another entirely different, like another possibility I could see is that I like them, but I hate the way that they're being used, right? Like this loop of don't read the code feels particularly shit to me. Image editing. Let me finish. Let me do the full stream before and think about it for a bit first, man. Like, I'm gonna have to do a whole blog post on this. More meetings than ever before. Yeah. So I mean, the thing is, you should just not be in meetings. Note that there will be no excuse of like, oh, you used you used it wrong. I still have 90 plus people watching this who can be telling me if I'm doing anything wrong. And that is the point of this stream. So, this is meant to be a good, thorough evaluation. It's got to include finishing a full prototype of the environment, being able to play it, probably training a basic agent on it to do something at least, and evaluating the code that it wrote. 5K on X, yeah, but it's not 5K concurrent. X doesn't actually tell you the concurrent view count, so I have no idea how many are concurrent on X. You think we know what we're doing? It's not that I necessarily think you know what you're doing. There are a lot of people who seem to think that there's a lot that you need to know in order to be doing stuff with the LLMs. So those people who think that there's a skill to it or that there's like substantial room to do it wrong, like, go ahead. You have your opportunity, right? How much money have you spent on tokens? Let me double check. Not much. Is that like 16 bucks? Skill depression. That one is just particularly funny to me. Like, they think that there's a skill gap with the funniest thing to me is the people who have not actually ever gotten good at programming thinking that there's a skill gap to using the tools. I'll accept that there might be a few like unintuitive things, but there's really no, like, there's no real difference between, oh, you have to prompt it versus you have to write a spec. And writing a spec is dramatically easier than writing the code in the first place. So, and nobody even writes good specs anyways, like ever. Even professionally. I deal with a lot of them. Any good single link you'd recommend? Wait, to give what a go, man? Oops. RL or video game being, yeah, I have detailed guides on this. Like they don't include a bunch of LLM usage, but if you just check my X articles tab, I have a detailed guide on programming and science, and then I have a guide on like my ultra opinionated guide on RL. So there's a ton of stuff. Ohm's not the easiest thing to start off on. Simpler. Because JAD would just be trivial, man. Like, JAD would be a super trivial thing to implement. Like, I could probably do a decent JAD sim in a day, and it wouldn't be even a reasonable amount of code. It'd be like 400 lines. I mean, you can literally just kick JAD to death as well. You know? Impression so far, not going to give until it's fully done. Skills or commands or workflows, I haven't found them. Yeah, the whole, like, that whole side, it seems increasingly bullshitty. So we will see, though. We shall see. Okay. So that is a lot closer. Nice projectiles, by the way. Mage style. Respawn. Pew. So I can do this and then pray mage. Needs to be an eat button. Why did the range projectile come out that fast? That's funny. Let's see if melee works. Yeah, melee works, and if I step away, I'm no longer hitting it, right? Cool. Should one start reading the R. Sutton book? If you really like math, yes. Otherwise, you'll get bored and stop if you do that. Just read my guide. My guide covers everything. And, like, my guide is not just my material. It will link you to other stuff. My advice is it subscribe. No. Hang on. Like, let me clear this up, guys. So I don't have anything to sell you, okay? Let's make this very clear. My content for users is all free. My library is free, okay? So this is not like guys selling you courses or bullshit, all right? The way that I make money is I build sims for companies, RL simulations professionally, and I do, like, you know, enterprise stuff around what I build. But all the core stuff that I build, it's all free, it's all open source. We've got a big open source community. I stream all the science and research as well, and these articles are free. The subscriber stuff is also only for companies, so don't worry about that. It's these two. Here, let me link you this. What are some of your favorite video games? MMOs, man. probably have the most number of hours in RuneScape. So that's why I thought it would be a good fit for this. My Jay Suarez coffee mug isn't. Oh, funny. No, I have not played. I have not played RS in like 3 years, I think, and I have not played any MMO in. Well, not any MMO. I haven't played my other main MMO in like 2 years. I downloaded WoW for a bit over vacation because I knew I wouldn't get hooked on it, and I didn't. Um, yeah, no more MMO playing until we solve RL. I don't have. I've never played I've never played FFI. Final Fantasy, whatever the hell, 14 MMO. A lot of time in Dofus, a lot of time in old school. Puffer merch when? When the company is big enough to merit it. And when we've actually, like, solved the field. Okay, so this melee sim works. Do you have your setup for this? For what? What you're seeing here? This is just Claude Code. Like, the point of this stream is that we're testing this model. For reference, like, I never code this way, ever. Like, you don't see me vibe coding shit ever. So everybody's been begging me to do this stream. So, like, that's the idea today. And I will probably write a post on it, and we'll see whether, like, what chunks of this influence how I do stuff in the future. But I'm going to need some time to think about it. Do we know the viz actually represents something? Yeah, there's a sim underneath it, right? What do you mean, do we know it represents something? Pufferlib is running the simulation to write the player location, and you're using Opus. No, Opus, in this case, look, in this case, the point of today is that Opus is writing this simulation, and then I'm just running the sim code, right? So Opus is not in the loop right now at all. It's just writing the code for this. It's basically implementing a game if the game had to run 10,000 times faster than normal and also be structured in a way that is useful for RL, right? Is the environment working? It's closer. Yet to be determined, though. It's possible to solve the field. I'm a little bit facetious with that after story, but like realistically, I think within the next year, I can get it to the point where medium-sized RL tasks that would take a couple months of dedicated work are just solved out of the box and are able to be done so on one GPU pretty much automatically inside the editor for small tasks. Did it do obs and stuff? Yeah, so we're not sure yet. We're not doing the training yet. We're going to make sure, we're going to do obs and stuff after we see that the sim is correct. Why does your health decrease when the projectiles don't hit? Because the projectile pathing is wrong. Like, you can't dodge projectiles in RuneScape. Like, they should just follow you. So it's the rendering is wrong. Do you use LLMs at all? So when I do my normal work, I use LLMs in two ways. I have in editor, I have Super Maven, which is a really stupid model. It's like really dumb, but it's fast. It auto completes instantly. I use it as essentially a fuzzy LSP. It cannot think for you, but it can fill in, like it can make you type faster basically. And then for docs, I will use whatever other slightly heavier model that still runs reasonably fast, right? Sonnet, Grok, whatever the hell. I do not use LLMs to write big chunks of code in my normal work, which is why this is, the special stream. Cloud Code able to do all this is amazing. Like, 24, we have to actually get the env end to end before we can say that, right? Because it could be that it looks great, and then when I really start going to make the RL work, we find a million errors. How long will you stream today? A good while. We've only been live 3 hours. That is a very short stream so far by my standards. What's the speed compared to Cerberus? Oh, Cerberus is way faster. It's not even close. But I haven't I still don't use Cerberus to write code though, you know? I was using it for docs and stuff for a while because it was fast. People recommend allowing Claude to be able to verify its own work. Is it feasible? Yeah, it is able to run the command. It has the command to compile this and to run it, and it can run tests. That's the first thing I gave it. Llama Vim for autocomplete. No, I haven't, because so far, so Cursor technically bought SuperMaven and they were gonna shut it down, but then everybody complained, so far they have not shut it down. And it's good and it's fast. Using Clang D. I'm using, what is it using? I think it's just Clang. I forget if it's GCC or Clang. That's it. You're gonna put up a post summarizing everything? Most likely, yes, once I've had time to think. But we're not done yet, right? Like anybody who started a substantial project can tell you that the easiest thing is very quickly developing something that looks almost right and kind of cool, right? Like the question is going to be, can we actually finish the project, or do we hit 1 billion issues, right? Daniel, the VOD will be on YouTube like they always are. Can you make Claude run faster? No. You kind of just have to sit here and wait for it, which is the other not great thing. Model doing this blind if you've given it. Okay, let me reiterate this for new people here. I have given Claude the best possible scenario to make this project work. It has full access to the pufferlib code. It has pointers to other very similarly sized environments with code style, with a correct API usage commented, with like all the techniques that are used to make the environments run fast. We're using an incredibly well documented and popular rendering library that's very lightweight and very, very easy. There's no interaction with the rest of pufferlib required. It's a single standalone file. Like, this is the best possible test case I could give to Claude, right? So like, of the non-trivial problems I could give it, this is one where it should have the best chance of succeeding. See, I have no idea why it's doing this, but whatever. It forgot how to compile the project. That's kind of funny. It's asking you for perms. No, it just forgot. It forgot the command. It needs to be able to watch the sim run like a human would, so it can debug itself. Yeah, that would be substantially harder though, right? Like video input. The model doesn't even support that, right? What the fuck is Claude doing? It just forgot the build command from the context, even though I gave it to it in the initial spec. Represent the graphics in ASCII. Yeah, I thought about that. I don't think that that would be great for it either, though. I think it's just going to burn a bunch of context and, like, not actually fully convey what you need. For this use case, way harder, or TLI, CLI. Yeah, I think it's fine because, like, I am happy testing this and telling it what to fix if it can actually fix stuff. The thing is, I'm suspecting that we're going to just run into a ton of problems as we try to actually, like, get something fully working. We will see. It's not hitting me, guys. You see? I think that, I don't know if it's perfectly correct, but this is the type of the cycle thing that we wanted. It's tick perfect, I think. If I stall an extra tick, do I get hit? Is it not tick perfect? If I stall a tick, I might have stalled 2 ticks there. Oh, it is tick perfect. Oh, but I think the head is turning too early or something. I'm not so confident about this. This model had... Your work is cutting edge. I don't think the model had any trading. You can probably get it done if you do a lot of hand holding. Well, Trex. So the model has access to my code, all of my code from all of my environments. So this includes like many examples of environments I've written with the exact code style, the exact optimizations, right? This is a simpler environment as well than the more complicated ones I wrote. This is like a medium complexity env, I'd say. At least without all the special attacks and stuff. Just like the base environment. The problem isn't cutting edge RL. No, this is a medium complexity environment. And in fact, it'll be a very simple environment as it's written, right? Like, you have to at least add a couple specials and stuff to make it harder. Oh, it's respawning me not on a... Look at this. It's respawning me not on a tile. Right? I think the workflow alone will make you hate this type of programming. Yeah, probably, Lotto. But that doesn't mean I can't evaluate it and like think about some stuff. Would an average to above average puffer user be able to get to this point as quickly as Claude Code? If the answer is no, isn't it already performing well? No, Winter. So the point is, the metric is, can it act like, can it get to? It's basically, can I implement this environment to the same quality, etc., faster than if I were to just do it myself, right? Or easier than I could just do it myself, or better in some way. Average pufferlib user is not like as quick. Yeah, it wouldn't be the average user because it's right now you're not substituting an average user's time with mine, right? Like I'm the one who's sitting here doing this. Click to move next. Yeah. There's quite a bit of stuff that needs to change. I'll leave this right here, and I'll use the restroom, and then we'll figure out what next. Has to be competitive among. Well, Winter, if our average users can be more productive with it, that would be good. But my expectation, right, is that if somebody who's not familiar with Puffer just does this, like they're not like they will just end up submitting me a bunch of crap to review that doesn't make sense. We will see. Why using Opus? Because everybody asked me to for like a month. Yeah, exactly. This is an evaluation stream. Any recommendations for environments suitable for testing RL algorithms? The simplest possible one is our implementation of Breakout. Harder than that would be, well, we have like a set of them, right? Pong is way too easy. Breakout's the simplest possible one. Tetris is like a decent medium complexity one. 2048 is like medium high complexity, and Neural MMO is very hard. I'll be right back. Code using Puffer right now at all, or just some graphics lib? Well, it's using the pufferlib spec, right? So this is the idea is this will hook into Puffer for training. It's like our end format and the way that we write our ends, right? So the idea is it's as standalone as possible, but we'll also just be able to like compile this for our training library as well. And that is part of the test stream for reference. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I don't know what that is. Is that a game that I should know? How is it possible to write an M that doesn't have enough data, like sports leagues? The point is that the sim should be the data. Verdict so far, it's doing some stuff, but we're gonna like, I mean, it's really a matter of can we get it to be, like, can we get a full env out of this, or am I gonna end up having to do a ton of manual stuff towards the end? Oops. Why am I not doing damage? Oh, it's just a hit chance? Yeah, it's calcing wrong. Like, you see, look at that. It's calcing the damage when the projectile fires instead of when it hits. This is just Claude code. Okay. Um, Next stuff. 6. You told him to do that? What? You told him to do what? No, I said it registers the damage. It doesn't apply the damage. There's a difference. Did Claude get you? No, Burns. This is a stream. Like, to test stuff. Let's see. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I really actually need to figure out precisely the tile ranges, because like I can't tell if it's right until I know the tile ranges, right? It's this one, right? Status so far, it has a prototype thingy. We're gonna see how, like, ultimately the question is how much effort does it take to get this prototype thingy to something real? Let me make sure I don't screw up though by not having a sufficient coverage of the thing. I'm trying to remember exactly how the fight works. I think it was... Let me see. One... Is it this one? You have to run here to get it to turn. There's another mechanic where it can sometimes turn from here, I think. Hey, Lance. God. I'm trying to remember the exact mechanic, because the exact mechanic is actually kind of weird, and I'm trying to think if I need to like do the whole thing perfectly, or if I just need to get the core of it. I think I really need to get the full thing for this, I would say. Yeah, so our map is training on OSRS. We're trying to implement the Great Ulm fight. Um, I'm trying to think if there is a full... They have the head turning thing. Yeah, the wiki doesn't have the exact turning mechanic. That's a little annoying. But I think for now we can get, like, I think the mechanic for now will be sufficient. Provided, hang on, provided. Can you do this damage list? Yeah, why didn't it turn? Okay, that's weird. Who are you and what did you do with Joseph? Everybody's been asking me to do a stream on this, so I'm doing a stream on it, Lance. Okay. So this is the main cycle that I wanted to implement from the real environment. It's like if you do this, you never get hit, basically. It's supposed to be tick perfect. I think there's one tick of leniency in here. Yeah, so here. If I do this, I can melee and I can never get hit, right? Okay, so this means that I should be able to defeat... You should actually be able to defeat the boss with the current conditions, right? So I think we can actually try to maybe get some basic RL on this. Because it should be quite easy. It just needs like a very small amount of cleanup. Do I enjoy using Opus? No, I don't enjoy it at all, is the thing. This is like completely brain dead work. I mean, in the sense, like, I'm enjoying the fact that I'm not thinking, but that's bad, right? Like, this is not tiring. It's like, in the sense, like, do you enjoy sitting in your chair instead of going for a run? Right? Doing other programming at the same time? Or even running? In what way, Yassine, in what way, like, in what way does this allow you to, as somebody who is intelligent and has spent time, like, learning stuff, in what way does this allow you to do more work, though? Or, like, to build more interesting things? I mean, this basically feels like I have very little control over anything, and it's just increasingly going to write a bunch of code that I'm going to have to go through. Like this basically feels like you're just capped to however good the model is. Let me actually go get a machine that can train this. Examples or reading code samples. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it is a good future in which we outsource our thinking, man. So, like at the very least so far, I can tell you that like it's possible that I'm going to ultimately be impressed by the quality of the model, but I'm going to be, I think, entirely disgusted by the implementation of this, um, in like how we've chosen to use this to replace rather than augment human intelligence. So we'll see. Yes, convert, I did, of course. Increased levels of abstraction. I'd say the exact opposite. I'd say that the increased levels of abstraction keep a lot of people very comfortable, while the people who actually do the hard work of understanding the lower level of things are the ones who are actually responsible for progress. A sweep. That requires a tremendous amount of understanding, dude. Like, I look for all sorts of stuff, and I don't babysit the sweep either. It's more the analysis of it, as long as it doesn't crash. I mean, cron will tell you if it crashes. Like, well, this is weird. I messed this up. But we said I'm not allowed to touch the code, so I'll let this make a config as well. What would be good params? Coup de graph breaks. I had it write a wall clock profiler. It's a little bit annoying though, because like it really does seem to me like I think it is possible that there's an outcome in which I end up using these tools, but then I end up using them in a very different way. Um, I don't like just giving this control over writing the code. We will see though. Also, this is the best possible case as well, right? Like, does this work in my main code? Probably not. This is still an impressive application, regardless. Um, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about some stuff, man. I review all the code and it writes trash, but so do junior engineers, and I still leverage them. I mean, the ones that I've dealt with Puffer like very quickly learn, because if they don't stick around. What are juniors gonna do? Well, I'll tell you what they're sure as hell not gonna do, which is like type shit into Claude Code and have any value doing that. Means they can avoid understanding. That's not the problem, man. The problem is that they are literally set up to do that. That is the way that they are set up is to minimize understanding. Like that's not a usage problem. That's using them as they're designed. I don't think I've had a single intelligent thought all morning. Okay. The what is the desk chair? It's like a recliner. I use them instead of office chairs. Way better. Yeah, but the thing is, like, if there's literally zero intelligent thought going into this, then like you're very much capped in what you can do, right? Like I can build really awesome stuff when I'm thinking about things actively at the level that I do in Puffer. Is a way to write the code faster. Like implement the function that does so and so. You stuff. The thing is, the level of understanding is the level of writing the function yourself. That's the problem. Yeah, Anton, it is actually brain dead. That's the problem. Like this feels very self-destructive in a way. Because if your model is like, oh, humans aren't going to have to think, because the language models are going to do this, then well, we kind of don't need to do anything else either. Like, may as well not exist. Now, that's not how I like to think about things. I'd way rather we have these things help us understand more and do more and learn more, but that's not how they're set up. And I'll have to think more about this. Let's get this environment done, though, instead of yapping about it. Yeah, but dude, you can't possibly tell me you're deeply thinking about hard problems while you're also shopping at Costco. Like, deep work requires focus. You still have to write the prompt. That's brain dead. It's actually like that's completely brain dead. Set up in a way that's more beneficial. So the default architecture of it is very heavily set up to be not that. Yo, what the? Yo, what are we installing, dude? Fine. Let's hope it doesn't break shit. Yes. Yes, Anton. You can focus while you let it work on the chores. Well, it's the opposite though at the moment. It gives you the chores. Yeah. Run in the background and testing your code while you write. See, that's a lot closer to what I would like. If I could be writing code and have it be like, you know, taking snapshots and checking stuff and like looking up niche things and predicting errors before I get them, like things like that would be awesome. But that's not how it's done. Like that's not how it's set up at all. And you can see based on how this is like that's not remotely how this is set up to be used, right? Ugh, great. Yeah. Hopefully this doesn't break it. We'll see. Will lie to you constantly? Yeah. You can't change it to be like that, Muffin. That's like rebuilding Claude Code. That's not like a small setting, like a small tool usage change. Like in a way that you're using the tool. Pufferlib have a C API? Yeah, the environments are a C API, which is really, it's just a spec, which is like, if you write your environment with these functions and these signatures, right, it'll be compatible. Okay, this runs. There's training at 4 point whatever million steps per second. No logs though. We give it more chance. I am giving it more of a chance, man. We're gonna get this environment to run and train. Okay, so this is. Hang on 1 second, folks. All right. Yeah, it's a ridiculously long episode. Seems to be sucking the fun out of programming. Yeah, absolutely. Is the not? No, it's not. That's 9 million eval, dude. 9 million eval. What? Let me see what this is. It's like 4 point something mil right now. This is Puffer 3, by the way. This is not even Puffer 4. But presumably this made a ton of environments. Not that bad. 8K environments. So yeah, this will run. This exact thing will run over 10 million steps per second for training in Puffer 4. And those 10 million SPS worth of optimizations, those sure as shit were not made by Opus, I can tell you that. So, presumably I at least have some ability to assess whether these things are good or not, yeah? Where are the Optim mostly? The whole thing, dude. Like, it's an entire C++ backend with custom CUDA graphing and several custom kernels, and a new architecture, a fundamentally new architecture as well. It's everything. It all happened. No, the environment is still on CPU, and we're going to get 10 million steps per second with the env on CPU. You can easily like plug in a GPU environment though. Is it really? It is really. No, actually it's not, man. We killed off most of the GPU CPU transfer overhead. That was one of the major innovations. It's actually with the new architecture, there's even less reason to do stuff on CUDA. It's like asynchronous buffered host device transfers. Yeah, for you, obviously, you need it for physics, right? But for like most environments that are clearly intended to be run on CPU, there's not going to be a reason to port them to GPU just so that you don't have the device transfer. Chance. Damage taken. Damage dealt. Can we just, I think we can just put this on 1B now, right? Let me go get 1B. So I was using Neptune, but like literally in the time that I've, is Neptune still alive? Because it would be nice to just be able to use Neptune still for, let me see. Okay, it's shutting down in March, so it's still alive for a bit. Free key, you can log stuff if you want, I guess. Are we RL patchwork rotations, or what? Wait, are we RLing patchwork rotations, or what is Puffer Raid? So this is, it's the Great Ohm Fight from old school, is the sim we're working on. Well, not really working on. This is the test I'm using for Opus, right? Okay, well, something went insane here because this number doesn't make any sense to me. So we'll see what's going on. I get flashbacks every time I see old school. Yeah, you and me both. We tested Puffer 3.0 on NVIDIA driver 590. Got a weird bug with Muon from Heavy Ball. I haven't tested it on 590. There are versions of Heavy Ball that error out though. If you'd like, you can go steal our Muon implementation from Puffer 4. I have an implementation of Muon that's like 100 lines and exactly matches Heavy Ball. It's just PyTorch. Move to Puffer. No, you shouldn't, dude. It's not stable. It's not remotely stable. Like, it's not even pre-release stable yet, dude. It's gonna take me time. It's hard. Like, Puffer 4 makes everything else I've ever done look like child's play. So I don't know what the heck is going on with these stats. This looks good. I have no idea what this has done. Let's go see. Can I run the model? What did I just call this? Oh. Where the heck are we? Puffer tank slash. I have no idea where I just copied that to. You wrote Great Omen MVNC. I didn't write a Great Omens MVNC. Opus did. We're gonna see if it's any good. That's the point of this stream. Is everybody's asking me to test? Been asking me to do a stream testing the models heavily. So it's today. Let's see. So okay, there's our model. 550 KB is. Oh no, that's actually the right size. Our models are tiny. Yeah, it's actually the right size, funny enough. Okay. Can you actually, let me see if I actually have this working. Okay, yeah, it does work. So we can actually run this. Buffer raid. Missing. Fired keyword arg num goals. Really? I do not see num goals in here anywhere. Binding.nvinit. Does this experience make you more confused? I get some of it, but there's some stuff that's like weird. What do you think of CS as a major? A lot of forces pushing people away from it. So a lot of noise is what there is. Oops. I mean, honestly, the best reason to not do CS nowadays is because you just do not want to spend your time around these Hollywood tech wannabes. num goals. Hang on. I'm just trying to figure out what it did because it shouldn't have. Oh, wait. Config. Oops. Oh, you have rip grab. Okay, so is it grabbing the wrong file? No. Programming is headed. Well, it doesn't stop, but the thing is, like, it's kind of beside the point. Okay, so this is what's happening here, right? PyTorch. What's the easiest way for me to fix this? CUDA version mismatches. Can I just install the CPU version real quick? I had this local thing I didn't have time to fix. This is why I always do everything in Docker, by the way. See this. How's model so far? It's doing some stuff. I mean, it's really like the last 10-20% is the thing that matters, though. It's like how much of a mess we have to deal with. Ugh. Why did I start Puffer? Because I wanted to actually make RL work. CUDA, yeah, so this is the annoying thing. I think I can just do by CPU, and we should be able to get a quick eval, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Heh. Let's slow it down. But that to me looks like a model that we trained on our first try. I'm trying to think how we fix that, actually. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I think I see it. We'll do that. Is this stream on YouTube? Yeah. It's at what's my handle? Somebody give it to him. Is it? I think it's J Suarez 5341 still there. I'll be right back and we'll see. I think we actually have a trained model first try, so we'll see. Can you not do RL in any big? No company has done what I've done with Puffer, man. Not close to it. Initial environment seems working. Let's see what our model does. It's a very, very simple environment actually right now, without the specials and stuff in. And also I think there's a lot of leniency in the mechanics. Well, the sim is way too lenient. It's you see like it's switching sides like way too easily. So the RL agent is good, the sim is bad. Adversarial self-play. That's still in development. Is it not going to kill the hands at the same time? Oh, that's not good. Oh, but it's not being punished for doing that, I see. Tricky to update. Uh, there's algorithmic shenanigans that goes on. Okay, so it's learned the thing, it's being incentivized wrong, and there are problems with this sim. So now this is the question, folks, right? So, like, what do you do? We have a, this is actually the really good question, okay? So we have a, uh, probably 80% of the way there sim, right? In the sense that it has the basic structure, we have an agent that learns on it, but there are a bunch of bugs. It's not really set up the way that it should. And now I have, what, 1,000 lines? Yeah, a little over 1,000 lines worth of code that I have not read once, and that we need to fix all the main things with. Yeah. And it's basically now it has left me with the 20% like worst part, which is the reason that nobody finishes their projects. What's going on with Opus? No, this is not playing against Opus. We trained this model. The model that you just saw playing the game was one that I just trained in 1 minute on one GPU. That's Pufferlip. Exactly. So what do I do here, right? Do I just like keep telling Opus to fix the things and trying to figure it out from that? Do I start trying to read the code? What do I do? In which I've not read once. I asked everybody on the stream how I should do this at the start. And it was like overwhelmingly people said that I should just like let the model do the stuff at least to start with. So this recommendation came straight from you guys. So I'm not taking the blame for that. All the things you just told us, you should have told Claude Code. So you're basically saying that I should outsource all possible thinking. I've done zero thinking today, but like I should outsource it even more. Opus loop be precise. Figure what's happening with binary search. Learn to code maybe. Dark. I do know how to like go check Pufferlet. That's all written by hand. The point of this stream is that I like people wanted to specifically see me try this stuff because I do always do everything by hand. Depends if you want Opus to fix. Use Opus to fix it. Claude did it. I think we're at the point where we look at the code. Outsource all possible thinking. Is that guy? It's literally designed for that. Opus to point out where it thinks the issues are. Get commit. We have a commit. Highlight your issues and have code. I'll go back. 100% no thinking. Erase failure modes. And time for the same point. Trying to write without a single line of code myself. Keep iterating, but eventually I think you're stuck reading the code. Prototype done. Try to have the system fix the code. Okay, so we'll try to get to fix a little bit more. Okay. Word damage dealt. Let's actually do one change at a time. We're going to do this one first. We're going to go slow here. What happened to the guys working on the drones in the UK? I sent them 2 drones. They're still working on it, and we're hiring one of them as an intern for the summer. So, pretty good. They're doing cool stuff. Fix lo-fi render. Kinda just. Copy paste your guides into Claude. That's funny. It's actually kind of funny. This works better than I expected and somehow feels even worse than I expected. So it's like, It surpassed expectations in both directions. UK guys have Twitter? I think so, yeah. If you check any of the drone tweets. -1 reward clamping. I have to double check the magnitudes. Anyone get good outputs without priming the context? So knowing every line in the repo, this is a massive shift. Yeah, this feels awful. The one thing I will say is I don't consider this to be expensive. Like, I do not consider this to be expensive if it works. Like, that's not the complaint I have. We have, let me refresh. Yeah, this has cost 25 bucks so far today. Reward 5.0. It's fine. It'll just get it'll get clamped, whatever. Yeah, I'll tell it to just do it. Get clamped. Yeah, because that actually wouldn't scale it correctly. $25 worth it. So the thing is, like, if this thing could just produce a medium complexity environment, like, in a day without, like, and just have it be easy, that would be worth many $1,000s. The problem is, like, it's not exactly what we're seeing here, right? It's like good in some ways and going to be very iffy in others. Like 80% complete projects are not really worth anything. So, like, this is why I say, like, I can't tell you guys if it's good or not until the project is done, because I get so many 80% complete projects PR'd, and, like, that's just not worth anything, right? It has to be done. Reason about the state space volume? Not exactly, Burns's. They should make life easier. But like, dude, if I paste, it's just gonna eat the whole context, and I'm gonna have to recompress. No, like I'm not on refactoring right now, Jess. Like I'm not having it refactor for code quality yet. I'm like having it fix dynamics. Well, I've already had to compress twice convert, so it does eat through it. I will do it, Jess, but I don't think yet, right? Like not yet, right? Rewards in it. Yeah, but that's super easy to fix. Like that the thing missing, little things like that, that's not the main issue. No vibes. Hang on. Let's get this thing trained again if we can. Huh? Missing token? I gave it the token already. Yep. Okay, so here we're training it again, and we'll see what this does. Neptune. I'm fretting about not using the LMs and getting further behind. In good viewpoint. That's kind of the idea, right? I mean, the thing is that this just feels so incredibly stupid that, like, doing work in the way that I'm saying here, it's like recommending people do this to me feels like recommending people just go jump out the nearest window. It's like a complete destruction of human intellect. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. It seems to me though like the models have gotten very better, but like have gotten a lot better, but they're being deployed in uh like the laziest and most actually misanthropic way possible, which is, of course, companies always become the opposite of what they're named. So hopefully we don't become deflated AI. Did episode length just go down dramatically? with 1.0 ohm kills. I think it did. I think that's actually a good solve. Whoops. This is still 80%. It's closer. Let's watch it do the fight. It's actually kind of funny that this thing is doing, this is like not that far off from a strategy that you can do. Managers? No. I sure as hell hope not. I mean, I guess it makes sense because the managers are already basically worthless. But, like, that's not useful in my mind. Full review of Tiny Grad. It is, man, it's just so, I've had so much work on Puffer 4. Um, and like the thing with Tiny Grad is they have, it's harder to integrate than I thought it was going to be. So that means it's harder for me to test as well. What's hard integration wise? So they generate variably shaped kernels that are absolutely not supposed to be looked at manually, or fixed shaped kernels rather. You can get them to generate variable shaped kernels, but then they're very slow. So like they actually do have good kernel gen, but I haven't found good kernel gen for the case that I have. And it's like a very different workflow they expect. They basically expect you to not actually look at the kernels. What's the point of new environments? How do you think we get our research done? Test agent capabilities, exposes flaws. We use them in the like in an interactive loop in the process of developing new algorithms. Don't mage it. Okay, good. See, look, it knows not to mage. Oh, That's sketchy. That's sketchy. Is it going to be able to do it? I think it just accidentally screwed it up. I think it just screwed itself. Nope, yeah, it just screwed itself, just barely. Yeah, so it's not a perfect agent. It got very, very close. It got very, very close. I think it does eventually win, but Atari 100, it's not good. Yeah, you can't actually test it on Atari is the problem. Atari is too slow. Yeah, if I could train on Atari at 5 million steps per second, then that would be awesome. Can we speed up the sim? Yeah, we can totally speed up the sim. Let me think. I was kind of just watching it to see if I could do like 500. You can't, man. You can write it native, but you can't write a 5 mil emulator. So we do have native games, right? But you can't make the emulator 5 mil. That's the problem. It's doing advanced training runs. No, I'm doing training runs out of the box. That's just Pufferlip being good at training though. And it not being that hard yet. Admittedly, it's nice that it didn't mess up the ops or anything. Making it native. That it has to be able to autonomously re-implement and check the environments. Okay, look, see, it got the head. This is the head phase. That's like not that far off of how the actual fight looks. Isn't that what our friend Claude Code is doing right now? Kind of. Like, the thing is, this is 80% done, man. This is like an 80% end. I'm trying to think what I do to, like, see if it can get the last 20%, though, right? Well, it's 80% of the simple end, right? Like, there's quite a bit. Like, the actual fight has a lot of stuff in it, additionally. But as I said, if I can just get the simple chunk of it working, that's still pretty good. Any time saved by getting it. Well, the problem is that 80% done is not useful, really, right? I think the first thing that I would like to have is I'd like to have the attack mechanic match the real game a fair bit closer right here. And then maybe we think about if we want to implement specials and other stuff. Yeah, so the thing is, it trained out of the box on first try. So this is a brand new environment that Pufferlib has never seen before. And I just copied some default parameters, and it trained first try. And then I added one additional reward, and it trained, trained substantially better. That is Pufferlip. What's the agent trying to do? Kill the boss. So this is the Great Olm fight from RuneScape. A simplified version of it. So there are two hands that have to be defeated at the same time, and then the head becomes vulnerable, and then you have to hit it. And there's also this strafing thing where, like, It's too lenient right now, so you can't see it well. But there's this like strafing pattern that you have to do, otherwise you get hit. See, like, see, it screwed up right there. It killed the hand too fast, so it healed. Can I write simulation in any language? You can write a simulation in any language, but our bindings are for C, because if you try to write an environment in Python, it'll be slow. We train at millions of steps per second. You know, Pufferlib is very, very high perf by design. Okay, so I think that what we need to do, what is it? It is 2:35. Why don't we spend a little bit of time actually researching the correct turning mechanic here, so we get something that looks much more like the real fight, and then we'll think if we do specials and other stuff with this as well. I think if I at least have the full like turning thing done, then at least that'll be cool, because then we can also try out multi-agent and stuff. How many M's in parallel? Like 8,000. 8192. Custom driver to avoid moving between GPUs and CPU. As long as you match inference, it will worse. Yeah, you have to match the interface, yeah. We did actually substantially fix that overhead, though, in the new update, so. Okay, so hang on. I'm trying to think how we can do this. I can't even like log in and do this because this boss is at the end of the raid. I have not played that game in like 3 years. So I probably couldn't even get to the end of the raid quickly if I wanted to. Web search. Okay. Okay. Assume Claude can write it 100% nicely written env code. Could it develop something like Pufferlib? If you can develop something like Pufferlib, then you should be able to just revolutionize whatever the hell you want overnight. So, I mean, this is why I'm so suspicious about these things, right? Because the value of getting a project 80% of the way there versus getting a project like really good, most of the work is in that last 20%. So, you know, models getting stuff 80% of the way there is like a lot of junior projects, right? Will get 80% of the way there. Being able to actually produce something that is correct and good and polished is substantially harder. Oh, perms. Oh yeah, there is a task in RuneScape for the perfect Olm solo, which like requires you never get hit or whatever. I'm trying to think. I think I've done that task actually. I'm pretty sure I've done that task. It turns out like they kind of intentionally design stuff so you can avoid all damage most of the time, but it's like very difficult. I mean, I would build like so. The thing is, the stuff that he's talking about is pretty reasonably within the realm of what you can do when you bind to Puffer, right? Like, tricky, but you can do it. So 4 to 1 and 3 to 0 are not going to work. Those are techniques that would require. There's other stuff that we'd have to implement before those would work. The heck is this? Oh, that's fine. It's just a paste bin. Yeah, this is like yeah, that makes sense. Okay. The thing is, I can actually train junior devs to finish projects very quickly if they're smart. Okay. See, it actually did get this wrong now. Okay, try that. I'm definitely impressed in one sense. It's like both better and worse than I expected. It is kind of like suggesting somebody jump out a window, though, in the sense that, like, there's zero thinking going on here. Absolutely zero. So if intellectual work is core to your identity in any substantial way, like, you see what I mean? Yeah, there's also zero learning. I'm learning absolutely nothing while doing this. So it's like just, it's like a very anti-human implementation of this. Solving less steps. Yeah, so Tim, that's pretty much what we did with Puffer. God damn it. This is probably going to make me download the game if I want to finish this environment, isn't it? I'm going to actually have to go download the game, make like 200 potions, and then sit in that boss room for an hour and make notes to actually get the tile cycles correct, most likely. Perfect Dome. I'm pretty sure I've literally done that achievement, Major. It's very hard. uh, Sometimes crit, and it's usually a mess. Has a tick engine? Yes. So yes, it's the same thing. It's animation smoothed under the hood. Here, I'll show you. Can you check achievements like that? There you go. I thought it. Oh, it's 700 total. It's 400 of chambers there. Yeah. Combat record. I didn't think you could check. Like the thing that's obnoxious about this to me as well is like technically this consumes no energy on my part. So I could probably just sit here and do this type of stuff 18 hours a day because it requires no thinking. But then like when I actually have to go and think about stuff, I actually have to be properly fresh, right? Like thinking is hard. Building the stuff manually is hard. Um, but then if you're not thinking about stuff, I don't know, it's just a very bad dynamic. You end up slopping things up. But literally, there's no thinking required for this at all. Like compared to what I'm used to actually implementing this stuff manually, this doesn't require anything. It's like no wonder people like this. It's because you can AFK your job, right? You just don't think and you AFK your whole job. AFK build. Yeah, so it's like running less in parallel. No, I don't think this is how old programmers felt about compilers. And off. Yeah, the thing is that like what makes Pufferlip good is the amount of thought like that's been put into every little thing in it. Like I stack up a lot. You can't do that while not like thinking about. It's just like dynamic sucks, man. This dynamic really sucks. Oh yeah, let's fix that. You can't even get Super Maven anymore is the thing. Cursor bought it and they're only supporting existing users. Buying up good shit and shutting it down. Yeah, exactly. Pop up your level abstraction. No, I don't think so. Good stuff is made by going lower level than everyone else is worth, like is willing to. No, I don't think that taste is the cope, man. There's zero value to it. Like actually the stuff like the way that stuff needs to be built is actually pretty objective and clear. It requires a lot of very precise understanding of many things that most people are not willing to look into. Like for instance, how did I get RL up to 10 million steps per second? Right? Like 9 million. We're going to have 10 by the release. Um, it was a lot of very precise fiddling with things that are completely undocumented, and like there being 5 different ways that I could possibly do it and testing every single one of them, right? Like it's completely opposite from what I'm doing here. There'll be a recording of this. Yeah, it's on all my streams are VOD archived to YouTube. Strong suit. Yeah, man, honestly, like, I fucking hate this timeline. That's probably going to be the title of the article. Because, like, yes, the models are getting better, and we're using them to, like, to do the intellectual equivalent of just jumping out the nearest window. Like, honestly, this timeline just fucking sucks. Okay, this still doesn't work. This still does not work consistently. So apparently it can't get clicking to work. This keybind still work. Does click to attack work? No, it doesn't. Well, this is kind of what I was afraid of with the 80% thing. Let's see if we can fix this. What the heck did it just try to do? I already did that, Jess. Generally happy for Anthropic winning over OpenAI. No, man, the Anthropic people were like the batshit insane people who left OpenAI, who are like completely out of touch with the world. Underestimating how simple some of the stuff people working on is, and overestimating how bad people were at coding. Most people aren't doing anything interesting to begin with. Yeah, but I don't care about that. Trying to do something, but they're not like they're trying to do something interesting while learning nothing. You learn absolutely nothing while doing this. Oh, yeah, hang on. Hang on. No, there's not. I'm not going to accept the like, oh, this model is a joke compared to this other model that came out this past month. Like, I asked a bunch of people, they told me to do Opus. It's like, oh, this would have worked with GPT-5. No, I'm not dealing with that. I said I will entertain reasonable criticisms. I pulled this a ton before I did this stream, and we said that it was going to be Opus. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, we can probably load some sequences in, but like we actually have to get the mechanics defined precisely to do that. Like there's a reason it's very difficult to write good unit tests in games. Through the repo. See, I wouldn't recommend you do that, Winner. Like I have a guide where the material there will actually be correct that I spent a lot of time on. Like honestly, some of the comments I'm seeing here in this stream are more depressing than like working on fixing shitty CUDA bugs for 12 straight hours. I don't like fixing CUDA. I fucking hate fixing CUDA bugs. And actually, it's not even CUDA bugs. It's mostly torch bugs by the introduced by meta engineers doing dumb shit. Like, see, the world that I would like, in the world that I would like, right? We have good software that you can read and understand that is actually well designed and compact and fast. And this makes it easier to write other good software around it that is small and compact and fast. And I would like AI to help us do that rather than the opposite, where you're just blowing up massive amounts of garbage. Okay, if I'm not familiar with the tools, then like I still have 80 plus people here. Um, like go on. What am I doing wrong with it, right? Why do you think Opus has gotten the attention? Because of the Carpathy tweet. You're right, this is basically how I use it, see? It's also why I can tweet so much. Yeah, no shit. If this is what work is, I could just be playing games or doing whatever all day. Fuck, I could do this blackout drunk and it wouldn't make a difference. There's literally zero thinking going on whatsoever here. It would probably be a lot more fun as well. Okay, closer. You don't need to be working on 6 projects at a time, though, dude. The problem that we have is not that people can't work on 6 projects at a time. It's the problem that, like, the problem we have is basically nobody, almost nobody, ever builds anything of substantial value. Like, there are so few projects that are actually good. And one good project is so incredibly valuable and so incredibly broadly useful, but nobody ever builds anything fucking good. Everybody just builds shit. That's the problem. So spinning up 6 instances doesn't fix that. Hang on. More tea delivery. What's this 0% companies? What's that? Yeah. See you, Yasin. Why you say Anthropic people are so crazy? Um, because I was there at OpenAI when, like, the people, like, I saw the type of people that split off, and I've talked to many of them in SF, and they are insane. Like, they have a lot of just straight up mental patients. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, exactly. Context switching around 6 things is not good either. What is thinking according to you? How do you define it? That's irrelevant. It's definitely not this, and it's definitely is present in some of the other stuff I have to do, right? I don't have to have a precise definition for it to be a useful concept. And generally, trying to put a precise definition of stuff like that will not be helpful to you. Yeah. Okay, this is correct pathfinding behavior. Okay, this is actually almost to the point that I can test the correct mechanic. So the way that this is supposed to work, it's the way that this is supposed to work in this fight is you start, I believe it's this tile here or this tile here. You hit this so that you get dragged over. You continue running until you get to the tile that turns the head, and then you run back. And then you hit one more time in the middle. Like there's a precise cycle. Let me go see if I can just add indicators to it. No, it's not ticked perfect yet. Is it this one? It might be this one. Whoops. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, this is different because this is not a solo. Okay, so this is, what's this? This one. Six. Is this the right tile? No, that's the ring tile. Wait. Sorry, I haven't done this fight in like 3 years, guys. I've done it like, let me see where it is. I'm trying to remember which is the mage tile. Stand here for, oh, here it is. Yeah, it's this image is the one that we want. No, wait, this is thumb. Long range and standing on these. Okay, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Maging from the melee hand. You'll need. Yeah. Okay. This one. Okay. Do you think it's good enough for you to try? The model is better than expected, but uh the form factor, so to speak, the work loop of it is awful. Like awful, awful, awful. Tried it on long range, right? It's not gonna know from the pic because you guys don't know what I'm talking about from the picture. This. Okay. Wait, 0, 1, 2, 6. Did I count wrong? 4 hours? No, 5 hours 20 minutes so far. Times it's 3:20. I'll go until at least 5. We should at least get a prototype of this today. See if I can match this up. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 5 tiles. 8. 1, 2, 1, 3, 5. Current opinion, success. Mixed. Mixed for sure. Naive approach, complexity collapse. What do you mean complexity collapse? What's that mean? Give it the pick, tell it to draw you a grid on it. The grid is kind of deceptive is the thing in this game. Like, there is an actual grid under the hood. I think that's 5 tiles. 8. 10. So it is 19 tiles, I believe. Then how did I do it wrong if it's 19 tiles? Anything complex without the little minute? No, that's cap. That's bullshit. Okay, and then the center one was it 1, 2, 3 before you're standing in front. So 1, 2, 3. The thumb is there. I don't think you nailed the scope, slugging it out. Obi-Wan, I asked the entire chat. I was going to keep writing the spec, okay? And the entire chat said, oh no, this is the point at which I would start doing stuff with Claude. Okay, so I'm not taking that as a response when the entire chat, including the people who've been asking me to do this and telling me that the models were so good and make them so productive, told me to do it in exactly this way. Chat don't know, gotta think for yourself. Isn't that ironic to talk about thinking for yourself on this stream? There is no thinking at all this stream. 0. 1, 2, 3. I think this is it. On the thumb. Can you hit from here? I think you can. So I think... You're not in the vibe. I am iterating, dude. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to figure out the exact mechanic. Like right now, there's a very precise number of tiles I'm trying to figure out. Like the only other way I could figure this out. Look, if anybody's in game right now at my home, you can go ahead and like help me count some tiles. But otherwise, there's no way I can do this other than looking at this and figuring it out from here. I haven't logged into that game in like 3 years, so excuse me if I forget a little bit. I might be able to get it from a video. Hang on. I might be able to count from a video, though. Claude takes images. It's not just like an images thing, dude. If I give you the image, you can't tell either. Okay, I think I can do this. Okay, look. There, I can get it from this. One, two, three, four, five, six. Wait. Yeah, one, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tiles. Okay, so I'm off by, yeah, that's why. So it's only 17 tiles. I should only make the front row. It should be 17 tiles wide. Okay. So let me fix this. runemarkers.net/ohm. This is actually pretty good. Please aspect Suarez demon. This the mage tile here? Or is this the telly tile? See, I can't tell unless I look at it like this. Or is it, no, it is from this tile that you attack, right? Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, hang on. We can do it like this. Look at tiles data. Does it have it annotated or something? 1, 2. Okay, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? Is it 16 tiles? That seems weird. 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Let's make it. All right, whatever. Let's do. Okay. Change to 15 tiles wide. 5, 6, 7. Okay. Marker. 1 from right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Only have 1 KC. Man, I swear if this stream gets me to log into this absolute heroin game, like, God. I'm like 3 years clean of this game, okay? Gradually disempowered. Yeah, I think that's the bad timeline, right? Is that we continue designing these tools in a way that, like, just encourage people to be lazy and stupid. And then we continue to build, like, huge amounts of bloated, lazy, dumb things. And then we don't actually get, like, the awesome future that we want because all the, like, it's just built on duct tape garbage. Well, that's language gap, man. 1700. Like, that's language gap. Restream, Porky. Restream. Okay, it can't count. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Sad truth is most software is built on garbage software. Yeah, but like you're not gonna get me excited by saying here you can ship more garbage, right? Okay. So it's supposed to be, I think, from here to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Let me compare. It's so funny that you think that way, Dark. It's like, do you really just want to live in a world where nobody thinks at all? We can just all go back to being apes. That's cool, you know? It's not really a species worth preserving at that point, which is entirely fucking depressing, given all the awesome shit we've done. But you know, you can think that way if you want. I can't think of a more heinous worldview than that, but go ahead. Let me see. 1, 2. It's 7 tiles. It is 7 tiles. Okay. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's the correct cycle. Don't believe that Claude Code is now written with Claude Code. That's not what I'm saying. Like, this is the most depressing piece of software I've used, like, ever. So I can't think of a piece of software that's made me feel worse using it than this. So that's not the point, right? Yeah. Okay. So I think now this is the correct layout, but it needs the tile turning. Yeah, the thing, Peter, is that the way that the interface is set up, it is set up to replace thinking. Okay, why is the head not turned? What the fuck? Yeah, facts. Hang on. I can't tell if it's quite there. Verdict still in the process. Hang on. I can't tell if it's correct or not. Well, it doesn't turn the mage head, right? I mean, it doesn't turn the head. Let me see if I was doing this right. It's hit there, right? And then it's hit there. What tile do you actually stand on when you're hitting? I'm trying to match the dynamics exactly because this is one of those things where you actually have to match the dynamics very precisely. It's hit there. Okay, it is hit on this tile. And then it's hit there. Okay, cool. So yeah, so the head turning behavior is wrong. Okay, that's what it is. It's the head turning behavior is wrong. Can I still do it though if I'm careful? I think article. Yeah, that's mostly what I'm doing. How to use this and still think. I don't think there is a way. That's the problem. It's designed to make you not like it's an interface thing. So I get hit if I do it this way. Um, Actually, this might be enough though to do something interesting, right? Let me see. Well, I guess, one cool thing about having the best RL library out there is we can just kind of try to RL it and see what it learns. Because I'm sure that it'll be able to play better than I can. Okay. We do this. We're good. We engineers producing the software. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Force. Okay, let's train this model. Let's see if it does anything. I'll be right back. The nuance here is you're arguing thinking still matters. Yeah, but that's just the end of the human species, is what that is. So, like, if that's your answer, okay. This does learn. No, the state of software is like worse now than it was in the 2000s. At least use. Okay, so see, I just like. You're incapable of thought, my friend. Nothing personal. You're incapable of thought. No wonder you like these tools. This is the thing that's just like bothering the crap out of me. It's like I have one file here. I have one file. The editor makes a difference, really? Really? Like, look, it would be one thing if like Carpathy came in here and told me this. Like, have you built anything useful? Like, this is just such a depressing timeline. They're not eval. The heck? They're not rebuild? What'd I do? Oh. The thing is, it's like not just writing things by hand to learn. Like, the level at which the distinction between good and bad software is made is very low. It's a very low level at which that distinction is made. It's a level below, like, the entirety of what is happening here. That's the main issue. Oops. Can't even type my password after staring at this for 6 hours. I think I'm loading the wrong model or something because this is not doing anything. It's actually, I'm surprised that the code is not as bad as I thought. Um, but that doesn't, it like, I actually thought that if it wrote code that looked better, that would make it nicer. But it's actually, it's a workflow problem more than anything. Like, you're basically just intended to have this write the damn code for you. And like, fuck off if you say otherwise when Anthropic employees are literally tweeting that they don't ever write a single line of code. How would you redesign something? I think it would probably have to be something like the model is a process that is watching you as you code and is autonomously like spinning off little tests and things and alternatives as you're writing code so that it like prevents you from hitting as many bad, like super obnoxious errors. You get a very lightweight autocomplete so that you're still thinking about the code that you're writing, but you basically just get to write the code. You get to write the code at the speed that you would if you never had to be dealing with not like actual logic bugs, but both like the quick little bugs that you just fix immediately because I messed this syntax or that whatever, but then also like the deep usage bugs where it's like, hey, this library works this way, it's completely undocumented, and like it's only available in these 5 random repos online that happen to be the LLM training code. Like, I would think that there's a way to do it differently like that. I think also like writing throwaway tests would also be fine if the thing is not just writing the test but also constantly assessing when they're like if they're still relevant or not. There's a lot you could do, but it essentially, ironically enough, designing that would require more thought than designing something like this that just removes human control entirely. So of course, it's kind of ironic that this is the laziest possible design for a tool that is designed to make you as lazy as possible. Oh, I see the problem. That's not literally cursor. That's not cursor at all. And that's also not IDE dependent. Overrated the complexity. It's a pretty substantial program. I mean, you can go see the number of experienced devs I've seen screw these things up leads me to believe that no, these are actually pretty complex. And like the thing is, most actually complex software is only complex because it's designed terribly, you know? Okay, there we go. Look. So it's a different cycle than in the real game, but look at that. That's a cycle, right? Yeah, that's the other thing in it. Like, that's a pretty solid agent, though, right? Times it's 4 p.m. Say we have an hour, maybe a little more. Trying to think if we can match the exact cycle. That would be cool to do. Design puffer lip. Well, yeah, no. But like the thing is, it's. I think people like are approaching this as from the perspective of like, oh, programmers are worried they don't have any value anymore. Like that's not it. I can go do a bajillion other things with my time, right? Like I'm an MIT PhD. I've spent more than half of my life devoted to getting good at doing research and science. So I'm not worried about not having a job. That's not it. All right. The thing is that to me, this feels very deeply fundamentally wrong in the sense that it pushes us towards not thinking about the things that we rely on in any deep and meaningful way. And that doesn't seem good. Right? Thoughts on model based and behavior. See, like Dreamer and Dreamer V3, they look good on paper. Well, I haven't checked V4. That's not all out. But Dreamer V3 does not work at all as it's written on paper. Okay, so I mean, this does our version of the ohm fight fully. I think that what I'd like to do in the next hour is if we can just exactly match the tick cycle so that this basically feels like a full simulator of the fight, that would be pretty cool. AJ, that's why I'm doing this stream. I've been giving lots of thoughts. I'm not going to just keep reiterating them. We're going to finish this, and then I'm going to have to go think. and I'm gonna have to write an article of some variety about that regard without trying Claude. No, I can't because it's the specific form in which this is implemented is even much worse than I thought. This is the optimal tick cycle, I'm pretty sure, for. This is the optimal tick cycle. It doesn't matter that it's taking this step, it's the same amount of time. So for this version of the end, this is optimal. So we need to fix the head turning, though. So we'll do that next. Not of non-MIT world-class researchers are a bit concerned. So this is why I'm streaming it, right? Because I'm not. That's not even like a concern. Duh. This is much more about like what does this imply for the future of software, and like is this actually pushing us to a world where things are better and faster and more stable, or is this pushing us to a world where there's a lot of stuff out there and stuff gets built really fast, but nobody understands any of it and it all sucks and nobody thinks and we like lose all the core skills that were way more prevalent uh, even in the 90s. Benjamin, I'm simultaneously like impressed and disgusted. Like, at least change your name to misanthropic, because you obviously hate humanity with the way that this is like most anti-human design thing I could possibly imagine. I am impressed by the quality of the code, but like the usage and the intended loop with which you are to interact with this is just awful. First thought of execs was to replace instead of augment, because they're shit. Aren't that interesting? Contributed to solve problems. They're not though, is the thing. Like there are unsolved problems everywhere. Like literally just anywhere you look. Or people who say they built useful things with Opus. I don't know. I don't know, Bull. I'm gonna get dinner after this, and then I'm gonna have to think about some stuff. I wish I could remember how this mechanic worked exactly, so we could just implement this thing and have the full thing done. This is just like a not remembering how it works thing. I think you do have to run back farther. You have to run back to here, don't you? So it's definitely off here. Expected intensity. The expectations are non-existent, man. Most developers produce nothing. Like, literally nothing. The bar, in my view, is, like, you have to dig for it. Where the heck is the... I forgot that there's, like, actually not docs on this. I think, I know the guide actually that has it. Isn't well documented. Okay, let me go find the actual guide from this. It's Fuchs's original. I think I can just find it in here. This has the actual mechanic documented. If it adds. Okay, this has it documented somewhere here. 23. Where's the thing? Where's CC? Settings. Huh? Yo, where are closed captions? Is that it? No. Yo, where'd the closed captions button go? The heck? I'm very confused. Yeah, I got contacts. Ohm turns every 4. Yeah, it does. But then there's a mechanic. Basically, I'm just trying to match the last mechanic. There's this mechanic where if you actually hit it correctly, it always turns. But then it has a chance to not turn. And it actually makes the fight much more interesting. Yeah, Tsundo. I think that the message I'm going to have is still ultimately going to be the same, which is try to learn and understand things. And if you're going to use these models, make them help you towards that and not replace it. We'll see. Actually, where's the closed captioning on this? Does anybody know what the heck happened to YouTube? Like, why don't I have the closed captioning option? There it is. Unavailable. Oh, great. That's why. Here, let me just see if I can figure this out. Hang on. There's one trick I have to figure out, and then we'll be good. Okay, this is it. Oh, that's so weird. If you get an XP drop here on this side, then it turns. That's super weird. I don't even know how the heck that's possible. I was afraid it was going to be that. So let me explain this on our sim here. Oops. So if you are on this tile and you attack here and you hit, because you have a chance to miss, if you hit, then the head always turns to this side. I actually don't even know how you implement that. Because, like, I don't even know what the underlying code would be to implement that. Let's ask Claude. Since today is the non-thinking stream. Esoteric the stream has become. Well, I figured that this would be a good candidate for it, right? Because like it's an RLN, it's standalone, it's on like a kind of complicated sim that's more complicated than it looks. But like I know a lot about how this particular one works, and it's really cool when you get it right. You know? Does anybody like? Can anybody reverse engineer how the heck that would possibly make sense? I don't understand how it would be that if you hit it. him taking damage and reading you on that tile. It's something to do with him taking damage. Where you were when he received damage. Then it's checking the player. Huh. When you were when he received damage. If he doesn't receive damage, it's just where you are. You need to track the position, not the current pause. I, it's something like, so it's basically if you're on one side and you hit the other hand and then you run to the middle, it turns all the way over. Whereas if you don't hit the hand and you run to the middle, it can turn to the middle or it can turn to the other side. I forgot that this wasn't fully documented. I totally forgot that this chunk was not fully documented. RuneScape end. Well, this is the Ulm fight, right, Liberty? This is one of the best known fights from the game. Oh, wait. Here, hang on. Look, I found this. This is good. Somebody linked this to me before, and I didn't know that this chunk was in here. The heck happened? 1 and 8 will always force the head to turn. Okay, here, let's see if we can figure this out, folks. Anybody can help with this. This is like actually not that crazy. I think we should get it from this. So 1 and 8. So here's the labels, right? So this is 1 and 8. Okay, yeah, so this is the mage hand side. 1 and 8 will always force head to turn right. Running to spot 2. How have you built an RLM out in RLM World School? Is the game so I don't have an environment for the full game, right? I have some MMOE environments that are based on some of the mechanics that I've used for research, and now this is just a sim of one fight. And it's actually not even the full fight because we haven't implemented any of the special attacks. But it has like the really core interesting mechanic of this fight is the way that the head turns creates these really interesting cycles in how you have to move and attack. It's very, very unique, and it's visually very obvious when you see it, which is why I thought this would be cool. It's got like this type of a cycle where, you repeat this thing in a loop, except sometimes something can happen and you do a different loop, or like some other thing can happen and you do a different loop. It's like a bunch of these like loops of perfect gameplay actions put together, and then if you make a mistake, you have to get back into the loop. It's very interesting. Checking in after getting stuff done. We have a decent prototype. Could be the tick. I think it's since the last time. Yeah, okay, we'll see if this works. Do you throw a model in one of the mini sims and bootstraps from nothing? Yes, exactly, Coyote. So my main work is on Pufferlib. I build the fastest reinforcement learning library for very small models. So when I run, for instance, this model that I've been training on this, I train it in 1 minute, but it runs 500 million ticks of the game. So you can go do the math on that. It's some like utterly ludicrous amount. It's probably like years worth of data. It's a stupid, stupid amount of data that it plays on, but it's really fast. So who cares, right? Also, yes, thank you for reminding me. If you've enjoyed seeing me suffer through all this all day, folks, yeah, start Pufferlib on GitHub. Let me link it real quick. It actually really helps me when people start this. It's all open source, and there you go. Default is to turn to your location. Yeah. Let me see if it looks right when we run it, okay? Oh yeah, how much have we spent in tokens, I wonder? Last time I checked was this, and now it is 4150. Final verdict is complicated. There will be an article. There will be an article on X. Oh, okay. So this is not gonna, yeah, this is not gonna play correctly. It's checking the wrong tile, right? %80 yet. Um, questionable. 1x per every turn. Right, 10 line of code per one. Debug a core problem in Puffer. So that is just going to screw up my code base for sure. Do you like no code? No. This has been basically this has been like there's been no enjoyment out of this whatsoever. So I don't know. You're gonna get there will be a take on this. So, like some of the stuff is better than expected. The interface is worse than expected. Okay, I think it's still checking the wrong tile. Why the fuck does it not turn? Huh? Yo, you gonna hit me? Buggy ass sim much? What? You seem more depressed today? Yes, because this is completely depressing. Okay. Still weirdly wrong. Yeah, this is more depressing than CUDA bugs. Because the thing with the CUDA bugs is like, I can eventually work around that and like get Puffer to a spot where I'm not dealing with horrible, ridiculous bullshit. But this is just like horrible, ridiculous bullshit incarnate. Okay. Do we get hit here? Yes. Do we turn? Does the head turn? Whoops. The head does turn. And I get hit. The head should turn if you're there. Let's see if it where the sides. Oh yeah, he has him right here, right? Oops. Is this and this much a pro dev can do by hitting by himself? 80, 50 versus 80. Yeah, it's. I mean, we'll see what we can get. Like, this feels awful, though, either way. Like, I'm going out for margaritas after this, because this was some bullshit. This is way more depressing than fighting CUDA bugs all day. Okay. You turn? Yes, you do turn. Oops. This I think is correct. Hang on, let me see if it's correct. I know a few cycles in here that are supposed to work. So let me see. I can test if it's correct pretty easily. Yeah, no, you have to stall a tick there. That was weird. Is it 2 ticks? Cycle's a little off. New M's get added all once. Yes, they do. That's how it works. Is it 2 ticks? I think it is 2 ticks. It's so weird. Actually, I can probably just get some, I can probably just go find some old school players to like help me figure out if I can just get this to work. Like, because this is really close. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's get something trained. Release cycle is very long, like 6 months. This one's actually longer because 4.0 is a really hard update to do. Mhm. Okay, so here is training. Oh, is it harder now? It's no longer winning. That's weird. Percent completion is it? Well, I mean, it depends if we're gonna say with no specials or not. Like the sim wise, it's probably like 80 to 90% there, but then I also have to go look through all the code and stuff and see if it's messed anything major up. Yeah, so this is not solving the env anymore, which is weird. Oh, I think it didn't learn to stagger the hand kills. That's super weird. Alright, so this is the thing we gotta fix then before I finish stream. Yeah, I'm impressed and disgusted at the same time, man. I guess we may as well just copy the policy to see what the heck. Like, what is it doing? What the heck is it doing? Huh? Didn't we just say it fixed this? Oh, it messed up. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's fun. It does keep breaking shit now. So what is it? It goes here and then does this? No? Maybe it's this. Let me see. Yeah, there. This is it found an exploit basically. any of your clients' gaming companies. We have some stuff lined up this year that we're looking at. Can't give you details more than that, but there's a lot you can do in gaming, of course, with this. And RL is pretty cool because it can do stuff that you'll basically never get out of any other method. Okay, let's see what it just did. Are there still exploits? No? Still a bit off. Hmm. It's like close. But the problem with it is it's close and I have no idea how the hell it's implemented. Oh, I'm dead. Ask it. Find the vibe with this code. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, something is. I think it's. It's off by one tick. The vibes out here, yeah. It's okay. I just want to get something usable at least for now, and then we can at least I can figure out what I want to do with this from here later. I guess the one positive thing about this is if I were to consider this completely separate from my normal work, it becomes substantially better, right? Like if I go work on hard stuff that needs a lot of thought, um, like with my productive hours, and then like when I'm too tired to do other stuff, I like fiddle with stuff like this, that it becomes substantially better. But that still seems like a really shitty use of these tools. I should get hit. Yep. Oh, oh. Yep, there it is. Oh, one tick late. Oh, I'm still late. Let me see, is this correct now though? This might be just me not be having done it in a long time. Oops. I can't tell if it's very slightly off still, but it's way closer. Let's see what happens if I go train this. Let's see. We'll see if it finds something better now. The episode length going up is not great. Hmm. Okay, so somehow not great. Episode return is okay. At least the funny part now is that the RL is quite stable, so we can tell from that. I bet you it's just killing the mage hand on repeat. It's probably what it's doing. Maybe the melee cycle's messed up. Hmm. What's it doing? Okay, it's gonna turn the hand. Oh! Okay. That's actually pretty close to a strat you can use. Nobody does this one in the real game because it's way more clicks. Okay, so then why is it never winning? I wonder if maybe I messed up the head phase. We'll watch it and we'll see. The RL's really cool. Ooh, yeah, see, it killed the mage hand too early. Alright. Concurrency problem. Hello, Ice. How's it going? I think this should be the last run, hopefully. We shall see, though. Hopefully now it figures out how to finish the fight. It's weird. Well, episode return is quite high. Can I just fiddle with this real quick? I mean, these params are like complete random garbage. Hang on, one moment. All right, I got dinner at 6 and I gotta get there, so finish this up. I think we can hopefully get the model to work properly. What are the obs? That actually seems fine, doesn't it? If I just do this. Put default params on. Oh, it almost got it right there. It was fine for a second, and then it became unstable. Hmm. Yes, it's a very high learning rate. Oops. No, it's not 0-1 if boss is killed. They're getting reward for damage, and there's a penalty for killing a hand while the other one has too much health left. It's still a pretty simple reward, though. It's like the first thing I tried with one small modification. Is this? Yeah, it's fine. Why so high? Well, the optimizer is different. It's muon, so it's scaled differently. And then our mini batch is also size 32,000, so it's different. We might need to reduce it. I think that the default is a little lower, though. Where's player deaths? Hello? Oh, I didn't. How did it go? Eh. Something's good, something's pretty good, something's pretty bad. Metrics are very flip-floppy. We gotta stagger the... No, it staggers already, it's fine. Yeah, I think that we gotta think about the reward a little bit. Yeah, that guy's still going. Oh, this is solved, isn't it? In 60 mil. I think this is solved here. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, so let's see if this works. Let's watch the raid, folks. Let's watch the raid. Can try multi-agent too. Be funny. I'll probably do the same thing. Oh yeah, you learn nothing by doing this. You learn absolutely nothing. That's for sure. It's pretty close to the real fight. The mechanics, I think, are slightly off, but it's pretty close. It's funny that it's learned a strategy that's technically valid, but no human player ever does this because it's such a pain in the ass. Pulling your hair out. Yeah, I think I'm going for margaritas is what I'm doing after this. It's a really cool cycle. It's pretty close. I think that you can't not take damage here, which should be fixed, but this is pretty close. It takes humans 10 to 15 minutes. This does not take humans 10 to 15 minutes to learn how to play this. You watched me try this for 10 to 15 minutes because I've done the raid that this thing is based off of for probably like 400 or 500 hours, dude. I haven't done it in 3 years, but still. I died 25 times. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's very easy without all the special attacks and things. Um, but yeah. And also the actual machine training, it learned in like 20 seconds of GPU time. It played it a lot longer in sim, but it's like 20 seconds of GPU time. That's why RL is so cool. Let me go get the screen recording of this. Cool. How big is this? 90 KB. Cool. That's decent, right? We'll do that. Yep. Cool. There we go. Yeah, for everybody here, please do start Puffer on GitHub. It really does help me out a ton. It's free. All this stuff, this is all free open source work. I spend tons and tons of time doing this, and most of what I stream is actually the nitty-gritties of technical dev and research on building the fastest reinforcement learning library in existence. Mostly the last few weeks, it's been like CUDA kernels and fighting PyTorch CUDA graphs compatibility and custom model architectures and heavy profiling. Lots of really deep technical work, which is of course going to be way slower than stuff like this, but you do actually really understand and learn, and you're able to build something that you're truly proud of, which in this case, there's like no pride whatsoever associated with this. I learned basically nothing. So the model was impressive in some ways, but I don't know. There's some stuff. I have thoughts. There will be a full write-up. Feed the pup for a star. I'm getting drinks after this. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, that's about everything. I stream pretty much all my dev, so I'm live most of the time, 5-6 days a week typically.